Good evening, everyone. I call to order the March 20th, 2023 business meeting of the Cincinnati Board of Education. We welcome everyone and request everyone in the audience to silence your cell phones and electronic devices. Ms. Wagner, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Bolton?
Present.
Mr. Craig? Ms. Jones?
Here.
Dr. Moffitt?
Here.
Mr. Morosky?
Here.
Mrs. Weinberg?
Here.
President Lindy?
Here. Members of the public who wish to speak may do so by clicking the chat button now. The chat feature will be open for your requests for 5 minutes. Please submit your name, your affiliation, your school community, your topic, and your contact information if you would like a direct response to any question that you might have. As we proceed with our agenda, I wanted to note that there's been some media attention over the last few days, and I wanted to read a very short statement from our board. We have always been a district known for its collaboration. We will continue to collaborate as we work through these concerns together with all of our constituents. We are committed to working with our leadership, our employees, families, and partners, and will continue to work as a team to ensure that students get the education they deserve. We have every confidence that we'll be able to find a strong path forward together. I won't spend a ton of time on item B, our 3-month board priorities. We had a good conversation about these last time and provided an update for red, yellow, or green for where we hope we could be by May the 1st. We have a good chunk of our time tonight on transportation, which is the 4th of those priorities. We're excited to hear some updates from our administration and engage in some discussion together. And our other major topic of discussion tonight, FY24 budget, really does impact so many of these priorities. So I'm grateful to my colleagues and to the superintendent for aligning the time in our meetings with the most important work for our board. So thank you. And with that, we'll transition to item C, which are superintendent's updates.
Thank you, President Lindy. Very, very quickly, last week we had an opportunity to go to the Cincinnati Awards, which has been a long-standing award for educators in our city. And all of our colleges and universities in the area have come together to do recognition for the Cincinnati Awards. So we do want to make certain that we are able to show recognition to each of the educators that is on the screen. Excellence in Education Awards were presented by the University of Cincinnati to teacher Beverly Bowman Mallory, who is at Winthrop University High School. Let's give her a round of applause. The next is for the James N. Jacobs Award for Outstanding Administration to Principal Eric Higgins of Clark Montessori School. The John E. Pepper Education Community Service Award to volunteer Matthew Madison from Kilgore School. And the Cincinnati Woodward Trust Distinguished Teacher Award to teacher Marcy Burns from the School of Creative and Performing Arts. And those are the updates for tonight.
Thank you very much. With that, we're going to transition to hearing of the public. Each speaker will have 2 minutes and will direct all comments to the presiding officer. Once a request to speak has been granted, you'll be invited to enter. Please click on the camera icon to go interactive. Provide your name, your affiliation to the district, your school community, your topic, and your contact information if you'd like a direct response to any question that you might have. This request is consistent with board protocol, and we appreciate your help. In the unusual event that someone is not willing to follow this protocol, we reserve the right to end that person's time. Again, each speaker will have 2 minutes to speak. When the timer goes off, your time is up. Please refrain from discussing any personnel items. After speaking, you will briefly see the welcome screen again if you are online as you transition back to the live stream meeting. Finally, we ask that your public commentary be respectful of all listeners. Thank you. Mr. Hoying or Rob, can you tell us how many online speakers we have this evening? Thank you, Rob. Board members typically don't respond in the meeting, but we do ask for people's contact information so that we can make sure you receive a response. If you haven't received one and asked for one, please contact me directly via the board office. I've noted this policy at our last couple meetings, and I'll just note it again quickly here. One of the board policies states that the presiding officer has the discretion to limit the total amount of time given to a single issue in hearing of the public. For example, if the total amount of time devoted to one issue will exceed 30 minutes, the presiding officer shall have the ability to limit the number of speakers on the topic or further limit the time each speaker is permitted to speak on that topic. What we've done the last couple of meetings, and I would invite my colleagues to do again this evening, is that if anyone feels like we have heard sufficiently on any one topic, to please note that. And if a majority of the board would like to move on from that topic, then we will do so. We're going to start with our in-person speakers tonight. I'm going to read the first three, and if all three of those people could come down to the front, we'll move through folks pretty quickly, and I'll try to announce the ones who are coming up next too. The first one here, I think, is Michael, and I'm going to get the last name wrong, maybe Tom Bragle, 1248 Grace Avenue. That's number one. Shannon McCafferty, number two, and Christy Lefever, number three, please. There's a button that has a person's face with some wavy lines coming out, and if you push it, it'll turn your mic on.
Thank you. Okay, I'll just be short and sweet. Walnut Hills High School is a shining star. It's one of the best schools in the country, and what makes it great is its tremendous diversity and high academic standards. And I would hate to see that luster get mirrored by watering down the academic standards. So let's just keep those high standards up and keep up the good job at Walnut Hills High School and the rest of the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Sharon McCafferty, followed by Christy Lefever, followed by Chrissy Little.
Hi, thank you. As a parent of two CPS high school students at Walnut Hills, I'm asking the board and district to prioritize the whole health of every one of our students. And when I say whole health, I actually mean the physical health, the mental and emotional health, and the academic health of each of our students. When you consider the physical health, think that every day our student athletes have had their busing and transportation cut to all of their events. This leaves many high school students driving upwards of 40 miles to West Claremont, to Loveland, to Mason, and all around the tri-state area for these events. Oftentimes these are new drivers. There have been a number of accidents, kids have gotten lost. Please protect our students. I would also ask that the maintenance of our facilities be prioritized. From overgrown grass that kids can't play in, to broken windows, to broken lights, to even a swim pad that's just darn dangerous to hit when you make whatever, the little flip turns. So please prioritize the physical health of our students. When it comes to emotional and mental health, the cuts that we are making to counselors and social workers are just so egregious in the face of the national pandemic of kids and all that they have endured. And many times we are going to hear today that Walnut Kids students aren't special. In fact, they are for this reason as a whole, because those students were remote, as many recall, for over a year. So I would offer that the mental health and social health needs of all of our students are really impacted and really important. Finally, I'm going to speak to the academic health. Many people, like my predecessor, Michael, are going to talk to the bridging the gap and the academic excellence that we all want for all of our students. Simple changes to things like the library services inhibit students accessing the library during study hall. For example, did you know that Walnut Hills students only get limited time in the library? So do you know where they study in their free bell? They go to the floors of the hallways. That's where they sit. And they make up their time and try and get ready for their next class by sitting on the floor in the hallway because they have no study hall area. They can go to their study class, but it doesn't promote teamwork.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for supporting the health of all of our students.
Thank you. Next, we have Christy Lefever, followed by Chrissy Little, followed by Dion Burton.
Hello. Thank you for listening. My name is Christy Lefever. I have 2 children at Walnut, an 8th grader and a junior. And it has been a great experience, part of which is because there's many things that make Walnut special. There's lots of special things about lots of different schools within CPS. So I have not been on the LSDMC, the local school decision-making council. However, I do know that they are governed as for the request of the board so that they can manage local issues. And my question is, what has changed since then? Because I have not been as involved to date, but I have read Sylvia Nelson's email to the board and to the superintendent. And all of those are kind of scary to me because they're all the things that make Walnut special. In addition, one thing was transportation. Transportation of which schools that maybe do not have as much parents participation really do need those buses, right? So that's not really a Walnut thing, but it certainly stirred things up when that changed on a dime right in the middle of when the kids were, going to go to games. Parents stepped in, at least at Walnut. I don't know what has happened with the other schools. So there are many things like that that are broader topics, but what I'd like to know is, did things change from a policy that are now allowing us not to make the decisions based on the school allocated budget and the school specific foundation money? And one example of this in the business world is Fifth Third Bank has an affiliate model. And over the years, I've worked there for many years and I'm now at P&G, and so many corporations, it ebbs and flows. How much should be governed at the corporate level? How much should be flexibility and autonomy should be given at the local level? There's a fine balance, and I know it's really hard.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Chrissy Little, followed by Dion Burton, followed by Jess Porter.
Hello, my name is Chrissy Little. I'm the president of the Kilgore Foundation. My first question is about the summer school program. I'm concerned that kindergartners and first graders are not involved in that program. During COVID, these kids were not in preschool. We know the preschool promise was so effective, so efficacious, and these children did not have that benefit. I have a first grader. She does not know how to read. My older kids at that age could read at much higher levels. She's having trouble with the basics. I'm highly concerned that we aren't making an intervention earlier with these kindergartners and first graders. The second and third graders, we're working with kids who are already having signs of problems, but those early kids, it would be great to intervene sooner. Frankly, this is connected to the second concern, which we've already heard a lot about. I don't think that diluting the efficacy of our excellent Walnut Hills school by moving it to an average or 50% entrance rate is a good decision. Instead, I feel like if we could intervene sooner with these younger children and make sure they're getting the foundations of reading earlier, I feel like that would be a really wise investment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Dion Burton, followed by Jess Porter, followed by Kimberly Valentine.
Good evening. That's right? Okay. Good evening, board members. I would like to talk to you about JCG, also known as Jobs for Cincinnati Graduate. My name is Dion Burton. I am the Vice President of Civic Awareness at Houston High School. I'm also a well-educated young Black man with 2 jobs, both of them supervisor terms. Without JCG, I would probably be in jail or in the system somewhere by the age of 24. Have you ever had one teacher you like and would do anything for you? Well, that's Miss Peak, my career specialist at Houston High School. Just because of her, I have always kept a job and could count on calling her at any given time of day, even at night. when I want to get in trouble or think about trouble, she reminds me of what the future holds for me. Ms. Peak is literally like my second mother. She has practiced with me with public speaking and also checked my grades every other week. Without this program, I don't think I would have the skills I have today or be able to stand in front of you and talk. JCG is more than a program to me. It's also a family. I have been in JCG since I was in the 7th grade. I would like my family to grow up in JCG in this program and also other people. This program is so helpful and beneficial to me and other people because it keeps you out of trouble. My life also changed due to this program and also other people's lives. Please consider keeping this program in CPS. I know a lot of people would love for them to have this program for them and their kids. But always remember, if no one loves you, God do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Jess Porter, followed by Kimberly Valentine, followed by Sylvia Nelson.
A hard one to follow. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Wright. My name is Jess Porter, and I am an ELL school counselor at Aiken. This is my 8th year in education, my 3rd as a counselor at CPS, so I am a little bit new to this. I'm a baby, as they say. A large percentage of our students have experienced trauma, no fault of themselves or maybe even no fault of their parents, neighborhood violence, losing members through housing instability or food insecurity. Many of our students have experienced trauma, not just stress. Therefore, we need to be making trauma-informed decisions as we think about staffing with our students. According to the new data in 2021, more than a third, 37% of high school students reported they experienced poor mental health during the COVID-19 pandemic, and 44% reported they persistently felt sad or hopeless during the past year. Studies show that it has had a greater impact on vulnerable subgroups such as those with disabilities, racial and ethnic minorities, and students who identify as LGBTQ. More than 129 million Americans live in mental health care professional shortage, and only 28.1% of mental health care needs are being met. This means over 70% are not met. Our current mental health partners have waiting lists that are not due to open until the next school year. Our ELL students, by and large, do not qualify for services due to lack of access or ineligibility to Medicare and other insurance providers. Now, more than ever, school counselors are needed. We should be adding school counselors, not surplusing. As you know, if students do not have their basic needs met and their safety needs met, they are unable to do academic work well. Please reinstate our school counselors that were surplus. Supporting healthy kids will make for higher graduation rates. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Kimberly Valentine, followed by Sylvia Nelson, followed by Sandy Horan.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Valentine, and I am a parent of a Walnut Hills student. I am here today to discuss several issues that have come to my attention that are very concerning to me and the success of Walnut Hills, specifically related to reduced cutoff scores for the entrance exam, elimination of our summer electives and summer recovery classes at Walnut Hills, no on-site activities during the summer unless it's summer school, the elimination of staff, including school resource coordinators, the CIC, and mental health specialists. There also the consideration of the elimination of the Walnut Hills retention policy, and the gap that we have with the reduction of Schedule E that impacts our activities and our sports, and also the busing that we are having issues with in terms of all of our sports for middle school. I'm here obviously to support Walnut Hills, but I know that some of these issues and concerns are across all the schools and across all the districts. And so it makes me concerned not only as a Walnut Hill parent, but also as a taxpayer. So I'm here to hope that the board will see some action from the board to help with some of these issues, determine if there is not a better way to instill change, right, that helps to support all the schools and not bring down the ones that are our model successfuls. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Sylvia Nelson, followed by Sandy Horan, followed by Bianca Gay.
Good evening, board. I did send an email to each of you, so I won't detail all of my concerns there. You have them on record, and also Kimberly did mention those. I do have some questions about the budget presentation that you're going over today. I just wanted clarity, and some of these may be things that just because I just don't know the acronyms or not, but the budget reduction of $48 million, but there's a difference of 11 students year to year. Just was curious as to why that was the case. I don't know if it was COVID funds or not. And then I noticed that in the presentation, there was a mission and strategic plan, and those had not been defined yet. I don't know if you all have aligned on those, but I find it difficult to understand why there is a budget based on a strategic plan that doesn't exist or a mission that doesn't exist or hasn't been aligned to. And then I also see the budget cuts to the school resource coordinators, which are taken away from all the other schools, and it looks like they're replaced with graduation assist specialists and attendance specialists. But I see in that graph that there's only it's the Title I schools and not SCPA, not Walnut Hills, and not Clark. And so those resources are being taken away and nothing's being to replace it. And so really just realize that all the schools need to be resourced, and they may need to be resourced differently. There are different, each school has its own purpose and serves its community, and every school needs to be resourced appropriately. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Sandy Horan, followed by Bianca Gay, followed by Chris Fridell.
Thank you. Greetings, CPS board members and Superintendent Wright. My name is Sandy Horan, and I'm the lead counselor at Aiken High School. And the first thing that I wanted to say is that I'm very excited about in the budget plan, I saw that we're adding an ELL coordinator to some schools, and I'm very excited about that because that's really going to help our students and our families. So I'm very happy about that. But I want to talk just a little bit about the graduation process. Getting a student through to graduation takes an entire school team, and I know you know that. It's a piece of comprehensive school counseling program that we as licensed counselors are required to create for our specific schools. School counselors are responsible for social emotional learning, academics, college and career needs of our students, and we may work with different levels of students in the building, but our role is part of a system leading students to graduations. Counselors are needed at every level, from grade 7 to grade 12, and hopefully someday maybe in CPS and the elementaries as well, because we know that there's needs there as well. Barriers to graduation and lack of academic success and attendance most generally have their roots in social emotional issues, trauma, and other stressors. Helping students through these things takes someone who's been thoroughly trained to deal with these issues. We realize that a major part of the plan for the next 3 years is graduation success, and we're excited about that. But we need more than just an isolated position. What we need is for you to meet with us and to talk about what is really needed to increase graduation. For example, most of us graduate all of our seniors that are in the building, that are physically in the building in their senior year, we graduate them. What gets us is these students who come in and out and are transient and drop out or move to another state or something like that, and we don't have a trace of where they went, but they stay on our books, and that's a lot of times what messes up our graduation rate. Having some type of clerical support that could hunt down these kids and find out where they go and be able to take them off their books if they enrolled in another school would be great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have Bianca Gay, followed by Chris Fridell, followed by Marjorie Eckert.
Okay, yes, I am Bianca Gay. I'm the school counselor at Wilbur High School. I also serve as the lead counselor for CPS. So good evening, Superintendent Wright and members of the board. We are excited to collaborate with the new changes and any new initiatives. But the good thing is we are well versed with the information. School counselors have the information. We just need to collaborate. We need to be involved with this process. We are the graduation specialists. So if there's a need, we can collaborate and come up together and find a solution of what will work for our schools and for our students and support them. Because college and career, social, emotional, and academic monitoring, they're all together and they all serve together to make sure the graduation conversation is goes according to what the best needs for that student. So a licensed professional has that understanding. We're able to make sure that student is first, right? We understand their needs, what their emotions, where they're from, and their goals. So we're able to have those conversations. We're able to track that data, but there are things that we need support in. We just need to be able to be at the table to collaborate and converse and say, this is what we need. So I just want to make sure you understand that school counselors are the graduation specialists at any building. And if you go to any building and say, I need help with graduation, you're going to go to the school counselor's office. So let's make sure we collaborate and make sure we bring some success to CPS. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Chris Fridell, followed by Marjorie Eckert, followed by Leslie Hadimer. I'm sure I'm saying some of these incorrectly. Please correct me.
Good evening. My name is Chris Fridell. I'm the Assistant Director of the IBEW, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Apprenticeship, Electricians Apprenticeship here in Cincinnati. I'm also the Director of the Greater Cincinnati Apprenticeship Council, which is an organization that promotes opportunities in union-sponsored skilled trades construction apprenticeships. Wanted to come here and not point fingers, but reach a hand out to maybe see if we can make a good change. I've been on the business advisory board at Woodward High School for 15 years. Every year that I've been on that board, I was always optimistic about the next year because I didn't see somebody coming out of that school ready to go into an apprenticeship program, a post-secondary apprenticeship program. 1 year turned into 5, turns into 15. The pandemic kind of made a situation in my life where, I was taught to always tell the truth and sometimes just sit back and don't say anything. Well, that's changed. I'm here to tell you that in 15 years, I hardly have seen anybody from the construction career pathway out of Woodward get into a construction career. 15 years. If there was 25 people a year, this whole place, if this was going to be an alumni celebration, this place would be filled with those individuals. If it was only 5 people a year, there would be 75 people in here, and so on. So you get my picture. I'm on a business advisory board. We want people to come out of high school and be successful. And Woodward High School should be the crown jewel of career tech. Isn't that what it was put there for? So my speech here is not to criticize, it's to ask you for your help, that we have the ability to make people successful.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Marjorie Eckert, followed by Leslie Hadimer, followed by John Whedon.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Wright. My name is Marjorie Eckert, and I'm a school counselor at Withrow University High School. Being new to the building and to the district, though not new to the role of school counselor, it has been essential for me to understand the lay of the land, getting a grasp of existing protocols and procedures, gathering information to adequately understand the current needs and strengths, and utilizing data to inform interventions as part of an intentional and comprehensive school counseling program. While the need to improve existing graduation rates is paramount, keen understanding of the underlying mental health and social emotional needs of students is critical. School counselors are uniquely positioned and essential in assisting the whole student, informing their practice by recognizing the academic, personal, social, and career development needs of all students. Rather than create new positions, such as the proposed graduation specialists, which have the potential to duplicate services and complicate processes, why not first get a firm grasp on current systems, understand the expertise that professional school counselors bring to the table, and identify additional technological and clerical supports that could assist with graduation tracking, while an even more robust and uniform district-wide comprehensive school counseling program can be implemented K-12 with fidelity. Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie Hadimer, followed by John Whedon, followed by Derek Kearney.
Good evening, board and Superintendent Wright. My name is Leslie Hadimer, and I'm a 30-year employee of CPS. Through the years, I've worked as a paraprofessional, a middle school English teacher, a homeless liaison for Project Connect, and now as a school counselor at Virtual Cincinnati Digital High School. Over the course of my career, I have participated with LSDMC, ILTs, district initiatives, like textbook adoptions and other activities where my opinion has been sought and valued. When I think of the new graduation specialist, I see two areas of concern. One, we school counselors were never given an input about their position, nor were parents or students. Also, we weren't asked if we would find it helpful if the position would benefit our students. Can you imagine me telling you that I was going to bring multiple board members or administrators without asking if it was helpful? School counselors have been asking for years by hiring asking for help for years by hiring additional licensed and qualified school counselors who have been trained to help students. We would love to be able to follow the ASCO guidelines of 250 or less students per counselor, depending on the needs of the school. We know that this is what is best for our students, and empirical and data-driven study after study has proven this to be true. The American School Counselor Association has said clearly that school districts will work diligently to employ the most highly trained personnel. Hiring a person who has no counseling degree or potentially no experience does not support us, it only supplants us. As an employee, a former CPS parent for almost 15 years, and a taxpayer, I have grave concerns about unlicensed people circumventing the system and creating new jobs. Please do not go forward with this position. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have John Whedon, followed by Derek Kearney, followed by Don Kearney.
Good evening, school board and Superintendent Wright. From the time my daughters were kindergartners at Fairview Elementary School to the time they left in the 6th grade, each year we would remind them to study hard, to work hard, because they would have to take a test to get into the best school in the city of Cincinnati. I'm happy to tell you that they did work hard and they passed that test, and they're both at Walnut Hills High School today. We love Walnut Hills High School. We love the diversity there. But I ask each and every one of you board members, do you want to be on the watch of being a board member, and you, Superintendent Wright, when the standards of Walnut Hills High School are lowered to an average school? I ask you, do you want this to happen on your watch? When I hear about kids that have to go to a sporting event 30 to 40 minutes away and provide their own transportation, I wonder, what is wrong? This is crazy. I ask you to please consider all these thoughts that these Walnut parents have tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Derek Kearney, followed by Don Kearney, followed by Calvin Lanier.
Good evening. My name is Derek Kearney. My nephew, Sydney Lanier, is a new student in the 9th grade at Schroeder High School. As of March 15th, he had been on campus for 9 days. And just after 2 p.m. on the 15th, 5 gang members beat him until he was unconscious. This is completely unacceptable. 5 gang members beat him until he was unconscious. Because my nephew would not share his answers to a biology assignment, my heart is broken. He came to CPS mid-year because he was looking for the full complement of educational supports that every student is entitled to under the IDEA, the Individuals with Disabilities in Educational Act. My nephew needs an IEP and educational accommodations beyond what were available at his prior school. 9 days, 5 gang members beat a new student until he was unconscious over a biology assignment. This has to be unacceptable. My heart is broken. Conversation in the student group chat is that 5 of the The five that were part of this neighborhood gang called the Nine. New student, 9 days.
Thank you. We have Don Kearney, followed by Calvin Lanier, followed by Tamara Lanier.
Good evening, board. Good evening, audience. My name is Don Kearney, and I've been living in the Cincinnati area for the past almost 50 years. My grandson's name is Sidney Lanier. He was nine days on campus. 5 gang members beat this new student till he was unconscious and had to be taken to the hospital in an ambulance to recover. In my mind, that has to be unacceptable. My heart's broken. My wife's heart's broken. We're his grandparents. Couldn't even come tonight because of it. He was beaten in the hallway between classes while they were changing. New student, 9 days, 5 gang members beat him over a biology assignment. Sharing answers to an assignment is against CPS code of conduct. So this new student was following the code of conduct when he was on campus for 9 days, when 5 people, gang members, beat him. In the days since his assault, we have learned that the presence of the neighborhood gangs have been growing within the school district. Our principals have already elevated this problem to the district and have been asking for your help. We have 5 questions for the CPS board answer for these students that addresses these students. What is CPS's plan to keep my grandson safe at school? That's the first question. And what are the alternative environments so that he can be safe and he can learn? He can be present and learn.
Thank you. We have Calvin Lanier, followed by Tamara Lanier, followed by, looks like Dylan Marie Cook.
My name is Calvin Lanier, and as you could probably guess, my son is Sidney Lanier. We put Sidney in Schroeder High School because he needed an IEP to help him learn and to be able to have an environment where he could make the best of his education. You know, I've served in the military for 22 years. And the reason I served in the military is because I wanted to make sure that my family could live the American way and have the American dream and make sure this country was free to be able to do that. And, you know, during my time in the military, I was always equipped with the right tools and the right training to make sure that that was possible so that we understand who our enemy is and how to effectively defeat that. And I feel that should still exist in the CPA school system where the teachers are able to be equipped with the necessary tools in order to make sure that they understand how to protect the kids, how to educate the kids, and make sure that they have their environment so that the learning is conducive towards their growth. My son was only in school for 9 days. Now, in 9 days, I probably could meet you today, and in 9 days, I still won't know your name. You know, in 9 days, I guarantee you, he don't even know the students that beat him till he was unconscious, and we had to take him to the hospital. Can you imagine getting a phone call from your wife saying, go to the hospital, meet me at the hospital because my son, you know, is on his way in an ambulance, and I'm asking what happened. She said, I'll explain it to you later. It is heartbreaking to know that you're in an environment, you send your son into a school where, I taught him morals and values to be able to, do the right things. And that's based off of all the things I've learned in the military. And I think the school would have those type of same morals and values that he tried to uphold, and then he got punished for it. Thank you.
We have Tamara Lanier, followed by Dylan Marie Cook, followed by Elijah Garns.
Good evening, Superintendent Wright and the members of the Board of Education. My name is Tamara Lanier. I'm a resident of Pleasant Ridge, and this evening I'm here to talk to you about felonious assault. Felonious assault is what the arrests were made regarding my son, who was on campus for 9 days when 5 gang members beat him unconscious. For me, this is completely unacceptable. You have heard from my family, and I will come back to some of the other remarks that I wanted to make, but I would like to pose the 5 questions that our family has for you. Number 1, what is CPS's specific plan to keep my son safe in school and free from retaliation, since we have pressed criminal charges in this matter? Number 2, what alternative education environments are available to complete the school year? Number 3, have you investigated whether or not you had students in school who should not have been in the school building based on past behavioral issues? Number 4, what is CPS's specific plan to keep all of our students safe from experiencing student-to-student violence on school property, gang or not gang related? And number 5, what is CPS doing to support our principals, administrative staff, and safety teams to provide them with the necessary support and resources to enact the district's plan? Each school cannot be left on their own and forced to figure this out on a one-off basis. I'm here to talk to you today because, quite frankly, I am appalled. My heart is broken over this situation. 9 days on campus, 5 gang members beat a new student until he was unconscious over a biology assignment, And when I spoke to the school nurse today, I found out there was also an incident over a pencil. An incident over a pencil that had occurred before the incident over the biology assignment. I just ask that you consider my 5 questions, and I look forward to your feedback in writing.
We have Dylan Marie Cook, followed by Elijah Garns, followed by Amy Thompson.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dylan Marie Cook, and I'm a graduating senior from Schroeder High School. Today, I was asked to speak on behalf of the JCG program and my specialist. I couldn't pass up the opportunity to advocate for something so important to me. Before I was introduced to this amazing program at Schroeder, I was introduced to the face of it all, Mr. Mike Davis. I don't believe we encounter anyone in this lifetime by accident. Without a doubt, Davis has been one of those people for me. I remember walking into class the first day of my senior year, and this big, intimidating, bald man promising he would walk down a dark alley with me. I didn't understand him well at first, but now that I'm on the verge of graduating, I can only hope that he gets to make the same promise to a group of seniors every single year. This program changed my life. When he said he would walk down a dark alley with me, I honestly don't doubt he meant literally, but to me, it meant he would always be there, advocating for me when I wasn't present, protecting me when I was in harm's way, and encouraging me when I couldn't do it myself. He has done his job and so much more. Davis and the JCG program taught me about conflict resolution, self-care, employability skills, all while directing me to be a respectful person. But most importantly, this course taught me I wanted to be a millionaire. and I have all the resources to get there. Everyone keeps telling me my nights will be long and my days will be exhausting, and asking me how I have the confidence to speak so highly about my future. And to answer all their questions, I have Davis, and I'm a product of the JCG system. God is on my side and I will not fail. To the man himself, you've taught me how to move around life's obstacles better than I could have ever imagined. When I hit my first million, you know you'll be my first call. You started as my specialist and quickly became my family. I just want to say before my time is up, all students really want is to feel heard and special. And this program really does that for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to hear from Elijah Garns, followed by Amy Thompson, followed by Michelle Thacker.
How are y'all doing today? I'm Elijah Garns. I'm a senior at Taft Informational Technology High School. I plan on going to Notre Dame College for football on a full ride and majoring in sports business. Thank you. I'm here today to talk about JCG. So, CYC's Jobs for Cincinnati Graduates has helped me develop a new view of life. Before JCG, it was really football, or I didn't have a plan B. So JCG really opened my eyes. It has shown me the values of networking, and it showed me how far taking initiative can take you if you are dedicated to your career path. This program has led me to volunteer many times in events such as Saturday Hoops, St. Vincent de Paul Poverty Simulation, Lesotho Nutrition Initiative, and blankets for breast cancer patients. And I've gained experiences I wouldn't trade for the world. We've also had events at our own school that we've thrown. We had a holiday party right before Christmas break. We've made career infographics for 7th graders, and we've made letter to our younger selves for our 8th graders, encouraging them to make the right decisions going into high school. And that really touched home to me because I have a brother in the 7th grade that goes to Taft as well. And I live to make the right decisions for him. Mrs. Black has treated us like young adults since we've met her, and has shown us how to carry, present, and introduce ourselves. We've learned about financial security, taxes, decision-making, and professionalism, along with workforce skills, communications, and more. During my time with the JCG, I've met a lot of people, and I've seen a lot of faces, but I value each one the same. I appreciate everyone, whether it be a special guest or someone within the JCG program who has gone out of their way to come visit us and spend time with us while getting the feel of Taft, our environment. It's a bad narrative about us, but I feel like inside the school it's different. JCG has made my senior year nothing but special and filled with lifetime memories. My JCG class and I are forever grateful. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We have Amy Thompson, followed by Michelle Thacker, and then we're going to pivot to our online folks, whoever that first online speaker is.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent Wright, Treasurer Wagner. Thank you. I'm Amy Thompson, President and CEO of Cincinnati Youth Collaborative, and I don't even need to talk because they're pretty amazing. But I'm here tonight to showcase CYC and JCG. Why? We have a lot of new members that are here, and we want to make sure that the community truly understands the impact of JCG. And it's budget season, and our contract is up in June, so that's important. Jobs for Cincinnati Graduates, it's a data-driven program. We serve 600 CPS students, 7th through 12th grade. We have 14 incredible, you've been hearing about them, career specialists who lead 14 programs in 8 high schools. We've been partnering with CPS for 42 years and have a 94-95% graduation rate in our history. Over the last 3 years, it was 97%. 97%. We also focus on preparing students for the next grade and grade promotion. We've had a 98% grade promotion rate. We stay with the students for a year following their graduation to ensure that they're enlisted, enrolled, or employed and have 88% positive outcomes. So what does this look like? Well, you heard from the students. It's an incredible year-long program, classroom experience based on a Jobs for America's Graduates curriculum. This is a high-impact program at a low cost for the district. The district pays 30%, I'll look over here at you, We are asking the district to pay 30% of the cost of the program, and we fundraise for the rest. This is a strong ROI for our taxpayers. But the secret sauce is in the audience. If folks will stand who are here with CYC tonight, we have students, we have alumni, staff, board, YP board, parents, donors, business partners, workforce council, and friends. So I'm here tonight to ask you all to listen to the students' voices and the data and renew our partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have Michelle Thacker, followed by our first online speaker.
Board Superintendent Wright. I am Michelle Thacker, Second Vice President for CFOP. I am here before you again to be the voice of those that fear retaliation and just want the honest truth. I spoke at the March 6th board meeting about the attendance support specialist position being eliminated. And mind you, this group of people work directly with the school social workers. Well, 3 days later, in a positive school culture meeting, again, they were told, if you don't get a position within this district at the end of this school year, you will no longer have a job. The board said that they didn't support this position, nor do they approve it. But this message keeps coming up again and again. Please keep in mind that these specialists are working in Title I schools, schools that have vacancies, and they work directly with our parents and families. It is only appropriate to give a definitive answer and in writing. But at the end of the school year, will the attendance support specialist have a job? Yes or no? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd love to ask Rob or Dan or whoever's going to MC our online evening.
Yes, thank you. Our next speaker is Laura Moore, followed by Azaria Pittman, followed by Sarah McGuire. Go ahead, Ms. Moore.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, you sound great.
Okay, thank you. My name is Laura Moore. I am an attendance support specialist at Roselawn, Condon, Hartwell, and Woodward. And I've been with the district for 16 years, and I'm a proud Walnut Hills graduate. I don't expect the board to know what's involved in every job in the district, so I'd like to tell you a little bit about what an attendance support specialist does. Last week, I mailed about 150 letters to families regarding their children's attendance. Those letters are mandated by House Bill 410, the state of Ohio, and there are different letters based on what the student's attendance is. And you might think 150 letters doesn't sound like that much for a week, but the letters have to be created. I have to fill in information for each student, and then the letters have to be logged in 3 different places in PowerSchool, in a spreadsheet, and then a physical copy filed. So getting 30 letters done in a day pretty much takes me from the time I come in until the time I go to get them printed, entered, and into the pony bag to go out to be mailed. And that's all I have to concentrate on. No one comes in and bothers me or asks me to do anything else. If a social worker was trying to do that, they would not have time to help any of the children or families in the school. And that's why this position is so important, especially in the elementary schools and in the high schools, but I have not heard any plan for the elementary schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Azaria Pittman Carter, followed by Sarah McGuire, followed by Kendra Phelps. Go ahead, Ms. Pittman Carter.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Wright. My name is Azaria Pittman Carter, and I've been a proud member of CYC for several years. Not as staff, but as a student who has been nurtured and guided through CYC services, who has been listened to and cared for. I've been connected with CYC since my senior year at Aiken High School. I was a Job for Cincinnati Graduates president, the citywide president, and I became president through showcasing my speaking skills by performing a speech called Getting Ahead by Getting Started. This speech brought me so many awards and showed me that I was a true artist. I'm now a poet in Cincinnati, and I've made my living more comfortable. I have paid bills and gotten ahead in my life through talents that CYC has shown me that I have. After graduating from UC in the fall, I was offered a job to work for CYC as a career specialist at Aiken, coming back to my home full circle. CYC should remain a face in Cincinnati Public Schools to continue to impact students for a better life like they did me. They are truly walking in their mission statement and bringing future students hope. Without them, there would be no Cincinnati Public. We have a fierce leader. We have a very talented team of people. We are always ready to help. We are always ready for change. We are always ready to adapt to whatever comes our way. Cincinnati Youth Collaborative gave me a home to grow professionally, and I ask that you continue to give us a home so that we can continue to generate success in our schools and in our communities. We need JCG. We need CYC. I'm living proof of CYC, and I would not be sitting right here right now professionally speaking to you all if it was not for this organization. So thank you for your time this evening. Have a great night.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sarah McGuire, followed by Kendra Phelps, followed by Allison Smith. Go ahead, Ms. McGuire.
Hi, my name is Sarah McGuire J. I am a Walnut teacher at Walnut Hills. I'm also the Social Studies Department chair. I've worked with Cincinnati Public for over 25 years, and I've worked in a variety of different jobs. And one thing that really concerns me is summer school plan. The fact that 7th and 8th graders are only going to be able to take English and math is inequitable. It is not fair to science and social studies, let alone foreign language. At Walnut Hills, we have a lot of students who need remediation in Latin, especially at the 7th and 8th grade level. What is going to be done to meet their needs? What is going to be done to give them the basis of what they need to know later? In Ohio state standards, you really only get one shot in social studies to cover ancient history unless you are going on to take one of the few elective courses that we offer. Walnut is lucky. We have a lot of elective courses. We get another opportunity to get our students that material. Not every school is. How can you say that all the subjects are important at 7th and 8th grade when you're only offering help in the summer in 2 of them? What does that say about science? What does that say about social studies? Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Kendra Phelps, followed by Allison Smith, followed by Jennifer Myrie. Go ahead, Ms. Phelps.
President Lindy, I'd like to ask, how can you talk about equity when you allow budget cuts to schools and programs that don't even listen to the stakeholders in the building? We have instructional leadership teams. We have LSDMCs, but they don't have a voice. They are just told what they have to fund instead of listening to their needs. I want to talk about the budget cuts. They have taken class sizes to the maximum. How can you say that's what's best for our children when we're trying to not only meet their academic needs, but their social and emotional needs? And let me tell you, from someone who knows what it's like to be in the building, what happens is a disruption to the culture, the community, and the student learning, because those class sizes will go over. And so then in October, staff members have to be shifted and students have to go to different classrooms and different teachers. You won't know this unless you talk to the people who are in the schools. And then you cut K1 reading specialists. How can you do that when there are students, parents, staff who are telling you the positive impact that intervening early is having on the literacy of our children? And not to mention, there's a new dyslexia law that's going to put even more requirements on the school system. And you cut counselors when our children need them the most. But then add 9 graduation specialists that are doing the work of the counselor. It is ridiculous that school staff are having to beg for a seat at the table when they are the table. and you need to be going to them. We are not going to stop speaking up.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Allison Smith, followed by Jennifer Myree, followed by Valda Freeman Carmo. Go ahead, Ms. Smith.
Good evening. My name is Allison Smith, and I'm a teacher at Reese Price Academy. I want to express my frustration and disappointment with the way the budget has been handled this year. Schools were meant to receive their budget in December, but we did not. Staffing sheets were over 1 month late with positions cut. Technology and library cut. Reading and math specialists cut. General education teachers cut. Schools were able to get a few positions back through appeals. However, they were understaffed and spread thin before these cuts. There was no clarity on which positions had been covered by the district and which were our responsibility to cover through our funds. Buildings are being put in a position where they have to decide if they want to be staffed or if they want to have school supplies, field trips, and professional development. Ordering supplies is increasingly difficult as more requests come back rejected. Morale is low, and the teacher shortage is not getting any better. I urge the board to reflect and question whether student achievement is still the goal. In order for all of us to succeed, we need transparency and collaboration in our budget. We need our budget sent to us correct and on time the first time. We need time to decide how to plan our budget without feeling rushed. We need transparency in what positions must be paid through our building and Title I funds. We need to be fully staffed and still have funds left for us to provide effective learning environments. That is what will promote student achievement and retain teachers. Thank you.
Good evening. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I'm going to interrupt for just 1 second, and it won't count against anybody's time. I just want to ask, we've had a couple of speakers where the sound was hard. Is there anything we can do about that on our end? Okay. And Rob, do you need a few minutes to do that, or? Okay. So bear with us, speakers. We're going to see if we can get a better connection here. It'll take us just a minute. And then we'll pick right back up. Okay, I understand we have disconnected and reconnected and that this may help, but we're not sure. We'll give it a try.
Can you all
Allison,
hear me?
can you hear us okay? You sound great. Thank you.
Okay, this is Jennifer Myree. Did you want Allison to go again?
Yeah, thank you, Jennifer. If we can hold for just a second and see if we give Allison a chance. Allison, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Great. Please continue.
Thank you. I'm not sure where I left off. Did you want me to start over?
Totally up to you, but I have some colleagues here who are saying yes, please.
Okay, great. Good evening. My name is Allison Smith. I'm a teacher at Reese Price, and I wanted to express my frustration and disappointment with the way that the budget was handled this year. Schools were meant to receive their budget in December, but we did not. We received our staffing sheets over 1 month late with positions cut. Technology and library cut, reading and math specialists cut, general education teachers cut. Schools were able to get a few positions back through appeals, however, they were understaffed and spread thin before these cuts. There was no clarity on which positions had been covered by the district and which were our responsibility to cover through our funds. Buildings are being put in a position where they have to decide if they want to be staffed or if they want to have school supplies, field trips, and professional development. Ordering supplies is increasingly difficult as more requests come back rejected. Morale is low, and the teacher shortage is not getting any better. I urge the board to reflect and question whether student achievement is still the goal. In order for all of us to succeed, we need transparency and collaboration in our budget. We need our budget sent to us correct and on time the first time. We need to decide how to plan our budget without feeling rushed. We need transparency in what positions must be paid through our building and Title I funds. We need to be fully staffed and still have funds left for us to provide effective learning environments. That is what will promote student achievement and retain teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jennifer Myree, followed by Valda Freeman-Carmo, followed by Abria Drummonds. Go ahead, Ms. Myree.
Good evening, Cincinnati. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
It's a little feedback on my end. Good evening, Cincinnati Public Schools Board and Superintendent Irenetta Wright. I am the Education Committee Chair for the Cincinnati branch of the NAACP, and our president is Mr. Joe Mallory. Please feel free to contact either of us on our website, cincinnati-naacp.com. We are communicating with you tonight on behalf of the nearly 70% of Black students who are currently enrolled in Cincinnati Public Schools. The NAACP seeks to eliminate segregation and any discriminatory practices in public education. During the February 6th school board meeting, Superintendent Wright shared a district plan to recruit teachers with a focus on educators that identify as Black or people of color. The intent to recruit educators of color was met with applause and great enthusiasm. The research is clear about the positive impact that educators of color have on Black and non-Black students. In a 2020 longitudinal study, Constance revealed the exposure to one Black teacher in elementary school reduced high school dropout rates by 39% and raised college-going aspiration. So it goes without saying that the goal of recruiting educators of color is an applaudable and meaningful initiative that will benefit all students. We at the NAACP are wondering if the superintendent and her team are willing to take the courageous steps to remedy potential racial bias within CPS that is currently a deterrent for recruiting, hiring, and sustaining educators of color. Will an equity audit be conducted to determine the current racial climate of the school district? Will current data on CPS staff of color by role, gender, qualifications, and years of service be shared with the community? Will stay and exit interviews be conducted with CPS staff of color to gain an understanding of the racial climate within the district? More importantly, in the spirit of transparency, will racial climate data be available for CPS stakeholders and organizations like the NAACP that want to partner with CPS to produce positive outcomes for our students? By taking these steps, the superintendent and her team will transition this goal of recruiting educators of color from cultural appropriation to one that values diversity, equity, while improving outcomes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Valda Freeman-Carmo, followed by Abria Drummonds, followed by Terrence Daniels. Go ahead, Ms. Freeman-Carmo.
Okay. Thank you. Hello, I'm Valda Freeman-Carmo, and I have a student at Schroeder. There's a lot of background noise. Thank you. I'm Valda Freeman-Carmo, and I have a student at Schroeder. This is not a good connection. My concern is cutting the on-site, the resource people, and also my heart is really heavy in the details of what happened to a student. I think if that's not evidence enough that we'll be heading in the wrong direction, I hope that we also will actually lay out the intent of the MSC. I've been on several MSCs for years who have no input to the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Abria Drummonds, followed by Terrence Daniels, followed by Andrea Cruz. Go ahead, Ms. Drummonds.
Hey, thank you. has the audio been fixed? Because that last caller was hard to hear. Can you hear me clearly?
You sound fine.
Okay.
I thought she sounded fine. Did we lose the speaker? Okay, if she comes back, happy to have her.
Our next speaker is Terrence Daniels, followed by Andrea Cruz, followed by Marquita Pizarro. Go ahead, Mr. Daniels.
Can you hear me fine? All right. Hello, board. Good evening, everyone in attendance. My name is Terrence Daniels, and I'm here to talk to you today about JCG. Jobs with Cincinnati graduates have definitely changed my life. To give a brief story, I entered the program my senior year of high school at Aiken University High. I would call myself an average at best student with no true vision for what my future would hold until I entered JCG. My mentor and specialist at the time motivated me and encouraged me to join the public speaking competition. As I was the president of my class, I went on to win first place for the state of Ohio. And that was the first moment where I felt that I had a true purpose and that, I could go to college and actually do something with my life. I credit all my success from that day of winning number one first place with public speaking. I went on to go to Northern Kentucky University, graduate. I also joined the National Guard, which I've been a service member for 14 years, currently on my second deployment. I then went on to work for JCG as a mentor during the summer program, and now I sit on the board for Cincinnati Youth Collaborative. My time with JCG has been a full circle, as one being, like I mentioned, a student now to sitting on their board. And the thing that I want to say the most, you can see from tonight, the biggest thing outside of the 97% graduation rate and all the other accolades that come with over 30 years of service JCG has had the Cincinnati Public School District. Just the alumni and the impact that it has on society. Cincinnati needs this program. Our students need this program. I needed this program. And what we cannot replace is the experience. The students like myself who sat in these seats, who goes to these schools every year and speak to students I think that this is a pivotal, this program has over. Thank you for your call. I hope we can keep taking school district.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrea Cruz, followed by Marquita Pizarro, followed by Ms. Drummonds again.
Hi, my name is Andrea Cruz. I am a teacher and team leader at Rising Stars at Vine, which is an all preschool building. I'm speaking on behalf of my team. We feel that with the growing enrollment and expansion of preschool, it is critical that we really examine preschool policies, procedures, logistics, and the school year calendar as it pertains to our program. We are noticing that post-pandemic, our children have more needs than ever before in all areas, including socially, emotionally, academically, and with adaptive behavior. And if we are recognizing that kids are coming in with more needs, then we cannot continue to do things the same way. We have been stretched too thin. I know that the board has made student-centered decision-making a priority, so with that in mind, we need more assistance in schools on the front lines supporting children. Also, I heard earlier a parent suggest that we should intervene with students earlier and make sure that our young students get a strong foundation so we can close gaps sooner. I fully agree with that notion. I am sad to say that currently any preschooler who has been newly qualified for an IEP and is supposed to be receiving services is not receiving them. Instead, families are being offered compensatory services, which may take place over the summer or even next school year. This means that our youngest learners are not getting the services and support they need to be successful in the classroom, and that is unacceptable. We hope to have the opportunity to engage in discussions and look forward to an ongoing dialogue so that we can strengthen what we offer our kids for preschool. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marquita Pizarro, followed by Aubrey Drummonds, followed by Sarah Cornell.
Hello, can you all hear me before the time is started?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Thank you. Hello, I'm a parent of a second grader who attended Kilgore, then transferred to another CPS school. I will give you a list of questions that I have. How does a parent move forward when a parent has submitted a bullying and harassment form with no response? Question number 2, how does a parent deal with retaliation and a lack of communication from a principal or staff when a student is transferring to another school? For example, lack of educational resources, no response in emails where a board member is copied, or being told to ask the transferring school for copies of teacher recommendation letters. Number 3, being told by a board member that I will receive follow-up from Mr. Hoying or Mr. Ford over a month ago between both correspondences. 4, can the board audit and observe the third-party companies such as COPA when they have hands-on activities for students in elementary schools? 5, how does a parent move forward when a teacher states over the phone that other friends, which she refers to as students, should have tested higher when my son tested well on his COGAT, and after looking at other students' laptops, the questions being asked made that teacher question the validity of the test? 6, who is the ombudsman for CPS when in regards to retaliation to parents or who is the ombudsman for CPS in relation to parents having a concern? 7, how do we move forward as a family when a teacher continues her microaggressions towards your child or a family? 8, lastly, when a teacher creates an extensive social emotional report on your child on multiple occasions as if something is wrong with them, but doesn't communicate it to a parent or child focus or suggest a 504 accommodation, why is that? And I did say lastly, but I do have a few more questions. When a student needs to be removed, why isn't there virtual options when a student needs to be removed or transferred to another school? It just came from a virtual opportunity, not understanding why that's not an opportunity for students who are in that position. Can we have data on why so many minorities have transferred from Kilgore? And then lastly, when a principal knows a teacher or staff member has racial biases.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aubrey Drummons, followed by Sarah Cornell. Go ahead, Ms. Drummons.
Thank you. So I'm Abria Drummons. I'm a parent at Fairview. I'm also on the LSDMC board, and I am the parent-teacher organization GEEP president there. And I'm speaking on behalf of Fairview and the pending budget cuts. Fairview is slated to lose a reading specialist, a K through 3 teacher, and a 4 through 6 teacher. Fairview's request to retain our reading specialist need is great, as 40% of our student population is designated as the low income, and we should qualify for those extra benefits once those ESSER funds have been exhausted. We also wish to retain our 4 through 6 teacher. The recommendation to continue with the max limit in the collective bargaining unit, which is 32 kids in a 4 through 6 classroom, is in direct conflict of the district's stated goal in regard to high quality instruction to prioritize teachers of record over support roles and to ensure best first instruction, as in our superintendent's rights, those slides 7 and 21. We're consistently talking about lowering standards in higher education instead of increasing our teachers' effectiveness in schools, in their primary schools, lowering the academic effectiveness in classrooms by crowding classes. Furthermore, it is important to note that it's impractical and inexpensive to rehire a 4 through 6 teacher next year when our class sizes rebound from the current 5th grade anomaly. We're hearing parents tonight that are talking about frustrations in higher realms of education that can be fixed effectively in our primary schools if our schools are supported. So we wish to retain our 4 through 6 teacher, K through 3 teacher, and our reading specialist. That's all.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sarah Cornell, followed by Balda Freeman Carmo. I understand her connection was bad. Go ahead, Ms. Cornell.
Hi, can you hear me? My name is Sarah Cornell, and I am a parent at Fairview. Similar to what Aubrey just said, I'd like to advocate for Fairview to retain our teachers that are proposed to be cut for the 2023-24 school year. If our district is saying that we want to provide high quality instruction, our schools, pushing our schools to the maximum limits of the collective bargaining agreement in terms of classroom size doesn't seem the best way to show that. And also losing a 4 to 6 teacher due to an anomaly in class size when we're just going to have to hire another one in the 2024-25 year doesn't seem the best way to show the teacher, the school community, or anyone that we are trying to provide a sense of community in our school. We are also proposed to lose a reading specialist, and our school is now 40% qualifying for free and reduced lunch, which in most of the district does allow us to have a reading specialist. So that's another position that we would like to keep. And I see that you're reevaluating the super subs, and we would like to keep our super sub as well, because we are a large school with a lot of teachers and can provide better continuity with instruction if we can keep a super sub in the building. And also, I am just curious, having listened to the superintendent's presentation about the 48 million budget cut, and if there is information on what is being cut in proportion, like where are those cuts coming from in terms of teachers, staffing, and administrators, both at the school levels and at the central office. Advocate that we keep as many people in the schools as we can, because that's where the students are and that's where they need them. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our last online speaker is Valda Freeman-Carmo. Go ahead, Ms. Freeman-Carmo.
Hi. Sorry about that. I was on my phone because I just came from an IoT meeting at Schroeder. So I'm a parent at Schroeder High School. I have 11th grader who's also special need, but fully included in all his classes. So the LSDMC, the IoT, I'm also on the LSDMC, and I'm also a team parent leader at the school. We're all very concerned about losing school counselors. As the Laniers spoke about what happened to their son, this is not the time. I just have this overall sense of Marvin Gaye's song, what's going on? What are we doing? Can we see what's going on? Okay, we're back at school, but COVID impact is not over. Our children are in trouble. I tried to get counseling at the school. I got on, now my son was only be able, and this is something I pay for, he can only be seen once a month because of her caseload. So I took him to Children's, and it took a year to get in. We need our school counselors. Mental health is not okay, not at Schroeder, not at many schools. I also had a son at Walnut Hills. Mental health is not okay. We need to listen. What's going on? The other thing is, I heard there was a cut with the police resource officer. What's going on? We just heard the Laniers talk about the fight. We need help. Please. Thank you.
Mr. Horan, was that our last online speaker this evening? Thank you very much. We're going to have our last speaker, which is Julie Sellers, president of the CFT. For context, for folks who may not come to board meetings very often, the contract between CFT and CPS grants the CFT president the right to speak at any meeting. And there is a tradition of that time being both at the end of the hearing of the public and without the 2-minute time limit.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board. I would like to again address the board about the budget process for the 23-24 school year. Thank you for putting the pause on the budget at the last meeting. This pause was supposed to be until the end of this month. At this time, I do not feel that we have adequate time to get this right for next year with that deadline. We met with the district last Monday, but we have not had all of our responses to our concerns addressed until this budget presentation was uploaded yesterday. And I'm not sure how this process answers our concerns. Why are we cutting $48 million from the budget from this year to next year when we're not projected to lose students. Your budget target for the 23-24 school year is $565 million. This is the lowest budget CPS has had in 8 years. I went back through the last 8 years to see what the budget was. As a reminder, our past budgets were, in 2023, it was $613 million. 2022, it was $609 million. 2021, it was $625 million. In 2020, it was $615 million. In 2019, it was $609 million. In 2018 and 2017, each year it was $568 million. We have a lower budget for next year than what we've had for the last 8 years. Inflation has not reduced costs. Why are we reducing our budget to that amount? It doesn't make sense to me. Our students deserve better. Shame on CPS for cutting our budget when our students need the extra supports now more than ever, especially after we received over $300 million in ESSER funds to help our students catch up. Your sustainable staffing formulas have been off, which has created cuts that support our programs, and they have been entirely too drastic of cuts at all of the schools. One cut at Aiken eliminated their entire junior ROTC program that took years to get in place. The Montessori High School's paras were cut, and this would make it challenging to keep accreditation. Even if there isn't a specific standard there, their ratios are within the standards, and this will cut their ratios. There have been too many administrative positions added, including adding graduation specialists over fully certified counselors. All the counselor positions must be reinstated, and we probably need to add more to those schools that need it. We have concerns that the projected enrollment numbers are off because the average of the past 3 years included 2 of those years during COVID years. We know that the numbers of attendance was down, and there were kids who withdrew during those years for home instruction. Those numbers were not accurate to use for our projections next year. We were told that the principal's appeals were considered, but many schools were denied, just like our appeals last week. The phys ed, art, and music still has too many cuts to cover appropriate planning time, prep time, and team meeting time at any of the elementary schools. Computer lab positions should not have been included in that formula or cut from the schools. Kids must learn those computer technology skills so that they can be proficient on the test. There are not enough super subs to cover absences and still have safe staffing levels in most of our schools. The formula for class sizes are incorrect. Even the teacher ratio changes on page 25 of this contract had incorrect numbers. How did these numbers get calculated? There was a slide that referenced the TAC process to correct the staffing. Why are we waiting until September and October to do our hiring? By then, all the teachers will already be under contracts in other districts. We have many positive things going on in Cincinnati. We've heard from those students tonight. But number one, our property owners go above and beyond to support our schools. And we need to make sure that we are keeping the best things that are happening in CPS. We have a very professional staff with many great outcomes. I want to share some numbers from the CAFR report. And this is from I just want to show you that our numbers, comparing us to the state and national, are not failing numbers. Yes, we do want to make improvements, but for the Cincinnati ACT score, in 2022, it was 19.4. For Ohio, it was 19.6. For the national, it was 19.8. Our numbers in 2013 was 18.8. We have shown improvements, but everybody doesn't take that ACT score. But the SAT scores, everyone takes. Our average for the SAT for Cincinnati was, for verbal, 624, up from 568. 607 for math, up from 558. The Ohio, we beat Ohio for verbal. Ohio's verbal was 528, but yet their numbers have dropped over the years where our numbers have increased. Math, that was our lowest gains, and that was, the math scores were 525, and that was a drop for the high school SAT. But nationally, the verbal was 529 for verbal and 538. And those numbers from nationally had dropped, where all of our numbers have increased. In 2022, we had 22 finalists for National Merit Scholars. We had 16 semifinalists for 2022 for semifinalists for National Board. But I do want to say this is where we should be focusing and where we have to get it right. Our attendance rate last year was 84.5% compared to 10 years ago when it was 95.7%. That is directly related to our mess-ups with transportation and getting our kids to school. If we focus on anything for next year, it needs to be getting our kids to school, because if they're not in school, they're not learning. And our graduation rate in 2013 was 66%, and last year, even after the pandemic and all of the problems, it was 81%. That is not high enough, but we're not a failing district like we're being treated, and we must invest in our kids, and this district has the money to invest in the kids at this point. So thank you very much. I'm not ready to say, so I believe our staffing is not ready to go, and I want to thank you for your consideration to keep the pause on for the budget until we get the staffing corrected across all schools for all students. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. I think that's our last speaker for this evening. Thank you, everyone who came this evening, and thank you for sharing your perspective. We'll go to the next item in a second, but I wanted to see if the administration has anything they'd like to share in response to any of the issues that were raised.
Thank you, Board President Lindy. Just very quickly, I think that several of the concerns around budget will be discussed during the budget conversation, but do want to address just very quickly, there were several speakers tonight concerning Walnut Hills, and want to just share some of the information that might be responsive to what some of those concerns are, and some we're collecting information on as well. So the first is we are, as we discuss the different positions that we have, the school community coordinators, assistant school community coordinators, one of the things that came up last year in May, and the treasurer can talk more to this as well, is that many of those positions were put in place. They were put in place for a variety of reasons, but there was a job description that went along with the positions. It was found that there was, as the team previously was looking at the different positions, specifically many of them around resource coordinating, that there was a duplication of services and a duplication of responsibilities in terms of those positions. So at that time, the recommendation was to close the positions, which I've shared before. When they received the list of what the positions were, the list went from everything for a college coordinator, which is one of the positions a school coordinator is called at Walnut Hills, to a position that was serving at a dean at another one of the high schools. So to try to bring those into alignment at that time, the recommendation was to close the positions. That was May or June, and my response to that at that time was just starting in the district, coming in and making that recommendation, I did not feel comfortable with. So at that time, we provided notice, and then this is where we are right now in the budget. We will further discuss as a part of the conversation from the pause and the board really weighing in on what the determinations will be next, but that's where some of that is coming from. So in terms of the positions that they're referencing, the actual positions are school community coordinators that the school has given different names to really go along with what their roles actually are, what they're doing in the school building. When we realized that, we did ask for the principal to meet with our team to review really what they're doing so that we can try to have a job description in the district that supports the work that they're actually doing in the school building. So that meeting is upcoming. That was done several weeks ago in terms of making that request so that we can try to get it in alignment. And if it's a position that we would be recommending for continuation, we would do that at the board level. I also would recommend that the team, and we shared this with the principal, he did share that the team had looked at the information, but I did recommend to the principal that he review with the team the CAL meeting from February. After we had the meeting, we had the discussion about the cut scores. There has not been a decision made by for the cut scores for Walnut Hills or entry for Walnut Hills changing or exit processes at this point. The board tasked me with with providing data for them in terms of the students and the diversity of Walnut Hills, the percentage of students that were passing the test to get into Walnut Hills. We looked at that information, we provided that to the board, and from that CAL meeting, which was the meeting in February, I did ask the board for direction because as we know and as we have heard here tonight, there is a long-standing tradition at Walnut Hills. The board has referenced, and I'm sure that they will reference in any additional conversation, that they have referenced making certain that there continues to be diversity at Walnut Hills, and they're seeing less and less of that diversity. So we shared the data with them. The meeting is online. It is recorded, and it was the CAL meeting from February with just the information around the data. Previously to that, through finance committee meetings as well as through our policy meetings, there have been discussions about entry, exiting, about courses that are taken at schools that are CPS schools during the summer, additional requirements over and beyond what those programs are or what the requirements are for the district. That's been referenced in several different meetings. So I think we have two policies that are coming before us tonight that are responsive to what some of those concerns are as well. But it's really been a policy conversation and policy concerns that we have been addressing. I think that we all know, and that's one of the presentations that we'll do first to start with, we all know that we've had challenges around transportation for the entire year. And the Walnut Hills team shared through the information from the principal as well as their athletics director and our district athletics director that they had the ability to transport their students so that students were not getting to the games using the transportation that we've had. We've had challenges with transportation during the first semester. We've talked about that quite a bit. We've done several presentations around that. We've kept a running list on our website as well. And so I do understand the concerns from the parents, but in terms of transportation and athletics, that's where we are at this time. In terms of the Schedule E conversation, there has been some ongoing question back and forth about Schedule E, the budget for Schedule E from last school year. We have looked at the budget. We are hopeful that we'll be able to do some additional funding through the end of this year and then make recommendations to the board about how we look at doing more to right-size Schedule E across the district as we go into this budget year. But that's not a conversation that we would begin to have until we get to the next layer of conversations around the budget. So those would just be a few areas to address.
Thank you, Superintendent. So with that, we're going to go to item E, which is approval of minutes. Is there a motion to adopt the minutes from the special meeting March 6th and the business meeting for March 6th? Is there a motion? I couldn't hear.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Morosky. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Bolton. Any discussion on the approval of the minutes?
So I have,
Dr. Moffitt.
I think I brought this up, that I don't know if those minutes are actually ready because there are some corrections on page 26 It just says member Jones obtained board adjustment, hem number 3. There's no explanation there. And we did spend a significant amount of time talking about the student achievement work plan. That's not really mentioned in there, so that part is incorrect. And I did speak with our admin, and she's got some, it's wrong. It's not, nobody seems to know what that is. And then if we could clarify on page 27, the assignment where it says requested Superintendent Wright and President Lindy develop a statement for the board roles for March and April for the entire budget cycle. All the members were in agreement. I remember we had that discussion, but can we clarify that for the record? Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Dr. Moffat, can you, you brought up 2 items that I heard. Can you give a page number again for that first one?
I believe it's, for the first one, it's listed as under March 6th, 165, but I think it's like page 26, if you pull it up. And it says, it's under this chart. Do you see it?
Yeah, it says member Jones obtained board adjustment, HEM number sign 3.
Correct.
I also do not know exactly what that means.
So that needs to be fixed. The other,
Ms. Jones?
I believe, and we probably need to go back and check, but I believe that was the discussion when we were talking about, we had a discussion about the CAL work plan, and there was suggestions made to some changes, some additions that needed to be made. And I believe that's what it was, but it's listed in the minutes as an assignment or something. So I think that's where the confusion is. I don't know what that means, but that's.
Treasurer Wagner.
So this relates to the treasurer's report, and board member Jones abstained from something in the treasurer's report. I think it's just a typo.
Okay.
It was an abstention.
But it was it says assignment.
It says adjustment.
It says adjustment, but it should say, and it says obtain instead of abstain.
Okay.
I think we can discuss the second or third item that you have too, Dr. Moffat, but just on this one, I would propose that we just take them back, put them on the agenda for our next board meeting, get them cleaned up and vote on them. We can also still discuss the other items, but is there any objection to getting that cleaned up and voting on the updated minutes? Okay, Dr. Moffat.
The only other thing was that we needed further clarity. I needed further clarity on page 27 under assignments. It says board members requested Superintendent Wright and President Lindy develop a statement for the board roles for March and April for the entire budget cycle. All the board members were in agreement. I do remember having that conversation. Don't really remember that it was an assignment per se, but I'd like more clarity to be listed.
Yeah, I do remember that, and I remember that being in the assignment section, and I think that's something that's being worked on.
If I'm thinking of the same thing, I think when we had the proposal, I believe from President Sellers, the board had an extensive discussion about the pause, and I think I made an assignment to the president and to the superintendent to do what they could do in order to kind of figure out what that month might look like, the pause would look like, and then at that point, I believe President Lindy added maybe we could work that kind of plan out for the remainder of the year. And so I think that was the assignment. Part of it's been done, and the other is ongoing.
So I'm just proposing.
Any other questions, Dr. Moffat?
Clean that up. I just think we need to clean it up for clarity, along with the other part that's incorrectly listed as well. So
I think that's fine. Any concerns? Great. Thank you very much. So we'll withdraw those and we'll pick those up at our next meeting. That's going to take us to item H, which is our first presentation, which is going to be on transportation.
Thank you, President Lindy. And if we would also suffer it to be so, as we are preparing for our partner to come on tonight to do the first part of the presentation, that is from Formative. They'll do the first part and then I will do the second. But there was one other issue that did come up during public comments, and that was about the student at Schroeder. We were made aware last week, there was contact with a board member last week, and that board member reached out to me. So immediately we did reach out to the family. And I would agree with the family that it's not acceptable. And so we're getting all of the information that we can. They have been working in partnership with our chief of high school transformation so that we can right size at least the next steps to make certain that we're able to get the child back in school in a place where he feels comfortable and safe. In terms of those other areas, that is something that we'll need to continue to follow up with, and you can expect a response from us in terms of next steps around that as well. Okay, so I am going to, at this time, turn it over to our team from Formative, and then we'll have her to do the introduction. There may be two. I just saw her on the screen, Rob. Okay. Okay, so I think we're ready whenever you are.
Okay, good evening.
Good evening.
Let's see, I'm not able to see the screen yet at this point, but hoping that I might be able to. I'll go ahead and introduce myself. My name is Carl Allen. I'm the CEO of Formative Technologies, and with me is Mary Dillman, Chief of Client Services. Just by way of background, I was the Director of Transportation for Boston Public Schools. Also worked professionally for a multimodal transportation operator called Transdev, but now a CEO and founder of the organization Formative. Mary Dillman from my team is also here with us. I can see the screen now, thank you. Mary was a former classroom teacher, instructional coach, and district leader. She led data and accountability for Boston Public Schools and was also the CPS chief. A little bit today about a project in which we are underway since January with the transportation department. Next slide, please. So Formative is a student transportation technology and management and consulting company with an analytical approach to system transformation and sustainability. I gave a bit of my background as Director of Transportation for Boston Public Schools, and Mary, who's also a principal on this project, and we bring a team of analysts and other experts to do the work. Our previous work includes projects for Indianapolis Public Schools, Houston ISD, the Rhode Island State System, and others. Slide, please. So as I said, we commenced this project in January. This is the first of a three-part project, which we are undertaking with Cincinnati Public Schools. I wish to make special mention of your data and IT team for their great support, and also in particular the Chief Operating Officer, Chris Burkhart, and Superintendent for their support on this project. This first phase that we'll be presenting to you tonight, that we've called our opportunity analysis, which is a high-level synthesis of opportunities that we see in the near and medium term to stabilize your transportation system and optimize, looking for high-level range of potential savings and impacts from major decisions and policy changes, looking at key trade-offs and risks, and then again, assessing ease of implementation in the near and long term. Next slide, please. What we found is that many opportunities do exist for enhancing efficiency and moving towards an operationally, fiscally, and environmentally sustainable system. I should add one key component of our work is all that long-term sustainability, but right now this opportunity index, we were focused on near-term efficiency opportunities. Bell times, we find, and we know that this has been discussed, is the single biggest opportunity for CPS is aligning bell times to create clear service tiers, whether 2 or 3 tiers. We'll discuss both. And to note that currently there is a sizable imbalance and misalignment, but the imbalance presently is with more schools and routes at earlier times. When we look at the CPS network routes, there is a lot of utilization opportunity, that is to say empty seats, with on average half of available seats left unfilled on a typical route. And some instances where smaller vehicles might be an option versus larger buses that require CDL bus drivers. Route lengths are very long and require significant travel time, and there's lots of factors that influence this fact. The school choice, specialty programs, and non-CPS schools are a factor. Service levels, this is where we look at the average walk distance to stop, to bus stops of your current students, and we find that relative to your policy or even other more pragmatic standards, that there appears to be ample room to consolidate stops and move to reduce the number of stops and then ask more families to walk in some instances further to a bus stop, which would allow you to increase utilization and save. In addition, there are some opportunities that we've identified to shift more students in grades 6 to 8 with feasible journeys to public transit or to walking based on the district's walk zone policy. Next slide, please. Our analysis, as we went deep and did a number of data analyses on different types of scenarios, so looking at the 2-tier, looking at 3-tier alignment. And so starting at the top with bell times, the 2-tier alignment, we found that just holding the number of routes constant and just aligning bell times would allow for at least a savings at least 33 buses with a potential savings of $2 to $3 million annually, that depending on the size of the gap between the bell tiers and some flexibilities that might be allowed in terms of how rigid you are with those bell time tiers that you ask schools to adhere to, that there would be additional slack that could allow for route lengthening and other additive measures that could produce more savings. A 3-tier alignment, in theory, could create a framework for a much larger savings. We estimated up to 140 buses in a range of $10 to $13 million annually, but because of the time constraints, moving to a 3-tiered system would require a large number, at least 50% of your routes to be shortened, given the route length that we cited, requiring additional measures like stop consolidation or mode shifting or changing of service levels in order to fit the routes into those smaller tiers or the shorter distance between tiers. Looking at vehicle utilization and stop consolidation, that again could be additive in a 2-tier model, but would be, these kinds of interventions would be required to sort of fit into a 3-tier model. Even a modest increase in bus utilization, say from current levels of 48% of seats practically filled to about 53% via stop consolidation and balancing load, that is to say moving stops from route to route, could save another $2 to $3 million annually, cutting another 27 vehicles. That again would be additive in that 2-tier model, but something that would be requisite in order to achieve the savings that are possible in a 3-tier model. Strategic increases in walk-to-stop distances. So what we did was we analyzed a number of different scenarios, but one being, what if we were to limit any increase in walk-to-stop to a 1/4 mile for K to 3 and allow up to the policy of 0.5 miles for a maximum walk for grades 4 and up, but actually further cap the changes in walk-to-stop to 150% increase of families' current walk-to-stop. Even if we were to do that, that would allow a removal of approximately 13% of the stops in the network. This does not include doing anything with the 1,500 plus curb-to-curb required stops in the system, so those remain in place. Also, at shifting some low-density bus trips to vans, that is to say those that have fewer than 9 students, for example, or 6 students even, or 5 students, for example, after optimizing might save even more money in terms of operating costs and allow for a lower requirement of CDL bus drivers. Again, talking about mode shifting, if we looked at increasing walking and transit riding for grades 6 to 8, we found over 500 students within what we understand to be the walk zone policy of the district, and another 150 students that could feasibly ride public transit. So we did an analysis where we looked at the feasibility of a transit ride within district guidelines and allowing for just limited number of transfers and a limited walking and wait time for those transit rides. Noting that any increase, this analysis of walk zone changes would require change in board policy. We looked at grade 6 and up in this example to expand the walk zone, or grow the walk zone to 1.5 miles, and that's how we found the 500 plus walkers that could potentially shift. There are some other key policy and practice changes that we wanted to flag that have a lot of power to unlock even more long-run efficiencies. So putting these up for discussion, we hadn't done exhaustive scenario analyses on any of these, but wanted to flag them as impacts that we've identified and then potential additional levers that the district should consider. So one is just understanding the school choice, the enrollment policy, the impact of non-CPS schools, impact that create the necessity for longer routes, lower density routes, the challenge in so long-run efficiency, sustainability goals. We need to take a hard look at these factors. That includes non-CPS charter magnets and schools with special programming. The walk zones are another huge lever, and again, we analyze specifically grades 6 and up, walking up to 1.5 miles in order to be eligible for transportation. Noting that walk zones greater than 1 mile, the district's current walk zone policy, are commonplace across the country and often are differentiated by grade level. An opt-in or opt-out practice and policy is another. These are two distinct, interesting additional options and practices that we suggest the district look into. One is simply allowing a family who's indicated that they don't need transportation and have opted out, that opt-out status would persist unless they affirmatively requested transportation once again. Another example of a policy that can be very impactful, but that does require an intentional strategy to address potential communication and equity challenges, would be to not route students for transportation unless they affirmatively request it. And so in our experience, we've known districts to have undertaken policies like these and that they can have great impact as well. And it can also involve incentives or other alternative kinds of supports as ways of inducing families to opt out of transportation, transit passes, or reimbursement schemes, carpooling apps, and the like. Next slide, please. So going back to what we see as the kind of the key first policy opportunity and choice for the board is this understanding and making the choice between the 2-tier and the 3-tier bell time framework. So we see this as one of the most impactful and biggest choices that then kind of sets the stage for what's required or what additional opportunities the district has thereafter to enhance efficiency. So just kind of going back to some of the points I had made before, that a perfectly aligned 2-tier system allows for at least 33 vehicles of 33 vehicle reduction, whereas a 3-tier system offers bigger potential savings, 140 at most, with, however, the vehicle and utilization stop consolidation savings being additional to the $2 to $3 million range that were estimated in the 2-tier system versus the 3-tier system, which would require significant vehicle utilization stop consolidation in order to achieve that whole possibility of savings within the 3-tier framework. So on the 2-tier side, it would be recommended, if that were the policy choice that the district wished to pursue, that there could be additional targeted stop consolidation and mode shifting and service level tweaks. That would be a recommended option, whereas that would be required to get into a 3-tier framework. And similarly, adjusting service levels and route shortening that's the major driver behind requiring these other types of interventions on the 3-tier side, whereas on the 2-tier side, those kinds of shortening activities would be limited, and depending on how wide a 2-tier framework was, there might actually be some opportunity for routes to be lengthened. So, and we talked about in some of the scenarios we analyzed whether schools would be required to be rigidly on specific bell times, either a 1st tier or a 2nd tier, or a 1st tier, 2nd tier, or a 3rd tier. That's one option. Another option might be to allow some flexibility in that bell time framework. For example, allowing 1st tier schools to be at a bell time at or before a 1st tier, and allowing either 2nd tier or 3rd tier schools, 2nd tier in a 2-tier system or 3rd tier in a 3-tier system, to have some flexibility and actually end later if they wished. Such flexibilities would allow for some greater windows and for some further flexibility, allowing for some additional utilization savings. In terms of operation and implementation, the two-tier system, again, depending on the width between the tiers that the district chose, that would allow on average more slack for, could potentially allow routes to be longer, giving more space between the end of one route and the start of the next route. So that slack allows for more on-time performance, whereas with a two-tier, you'd be much more restricted, and so on-time performance would tend to degrade. Just tighter windows would make it harder to achieve a high rate of on-time performance, and the natural variability would cause degradation in performance in later tiers. Slide, please. Again, going a little bit deeper into some of these trade-offs and benefits, so I'll start with the two-tier. So on the two-tier side, the benefits of this policy choice would be this potentially, given the window, gives you the best conditions to assure on-time performance, particularly in the second tier. That once implemented, the two-tier bell time framework would allow for additional savings and efficiency from higher vehicle utilization, perhaps more stepwise over time. The additional slack and the larger number of choices on each tier would allow for easier route pairing. That is to say, choosing once a route is finished at one school, which route it would then be paired with in the second tier. The slack, that's probably being the biggest factor, and kind of the ease in the working conditions for drivers with a two-tier system would likely result in higher driver satisfaction. It's a little bit less pressure on drivers, but you'd likely need potentially more of them. That system also, with slack on either end, could more easily accommodate a variety of day lengths. That's another benefit of a two-tier system. In terms of challenges of a two-tier system, it may reduce the number of choices that your current schools have in terms of picking one or another, first tier or second tier. There would be, on average, in our analysis, for many different scenarios, particular schools might move, but you have on average a greater magnitude of bell time change for more schools. Because the framework isn't as aggressive as the three-tier, it would diminish the potential long-run savings from bus count reduction. Because of the fewer options and the bigger impacts, the bigger average changes, it may be harder to convince non-CPS schools to move under a two-tier framework. Three-tier framework, on the benefits side, provides more choices for schools, so 3 choices instead of 2. There would be, on average, because again, 3 choices, a smaller magnitude of bell time change for more schools. There would be a greater potential bus reduction possible if you could achieve perfect alignment, perfect pairing, and reduce the route length as we indicated. The challenges, again, would require significant route shortening via stop consolidation, service level adjustments, or other more assertive interventions in order to squeeze routes into those tighter windows. More complex and limited route pairing options, so you'd have less time to get from one route to the start of the next, and there would be fewer choices with which to pair. So there would be limited route pairing opportunities. That's another factor that results in what we typically see in a 3-tier system is progressively degraded performance in tiers 2 and 3. It's harder to avoid undesirable later bell times. That is to say, some schools are just going to have to be in that tier 3, which is likely going to be closer to that 9 o'clock hour, which a lot of schools are not as keen on. It could result in some routes that come close to the contractual maximum workday. So your contractors currently have contractually maximum workdays that your regular base rate covers. That if you had routes with 3 trips in the morning, 3 in the afternoon, the broad 3-tier system may start to bump up against that and increase some costs in terms of excess hours to your vendors. And finally, with a 3-tier system, it's a bit more rigid, and so it's harder to accommodate variance in length of instructional days. Next slide, please. So to conclude, our guidance after this first phase of our analysis is that there really isn't a correct configuration of bell tiers, but focusing on this is the most critical recommendation and most critical endpoint for the board. Both tier systems have their benefits and they have their trade-offs and risks. So our recommendation is that CPS determine the approach that's best for the community, what interventions the district is willing to pursue in order to achieve the potential benefits and on what time frame. Strong implementation is critical, and as we know, we're getting closer to when decisions need to be made in order to adequately plan. Implementation is, so time for implementation is key, and that implementation is still critical. So we recommend CPS considering crucial contextual information when making a decision. So what you understood to be family, staff, and student preferences, the implications of different health schedules for extracurricular activities, sleep, work schedules, childcare, et cetera, that there you have some good data, but there are also preferences within the school community that may vary as much as between school communities from community to the next. So we recommend continued engagement on this time frame as you work towards implementation of any solution to understand the impact on families, their preferences, how they perceive the various trade-offs and benefits, and where there might be other kinds of compensatory changes that could help to address concerns that folks have, like wraparound care or the adjusting of extracurricular scheduling. To recap again, 2-tier versus 3-tier. A 2-tier system with a broader spacing, say 60 minutes or more, and what we've called an eased bell time alignment. That is to say, giving some flexibility on either or both ends, that schools could choose a time, at or before the first tier or at or after the second tier time, may provide less savings from reduction on its face, but the 2-tier system has the benefit of allowing more ability to enhance things over time without being too aggressive, to stop consolidation, mode shifting, or service level adjustments in order to shorten routes and fit them into that window. So that allows CPS to strategically pursue targeted interventions and have the best conditions for achieving on-time performance. A 3-tier system, on the other hand, does offer the best opportunity for big savings, both in the near term and then in the long run. But it does require significant route shortening, and so much more assertive other measures in order to ask families to walk further to bus stops, potential changes to the walk zones, mode shifting to transit, other measures that would allow you to shorten those routes and get the benefit of the savings that the 3-tier system offers. And then, of course, it does offer the most challenging operational configuration just because of the tighter windows, and that's just something that that the district would need to understand with a 3-tier system. Next slide, please. So our engagement, this first part that we're presenting today is the opportunity analysis. The next phase is to take the decisions from the board and the superintendent and the team and go deeper into a few or the specific set of policy changes or set of practice changes that the district would like to pursue and go much deeper in sensitivity analysis. And then the third phase of our project will be to take these near-term recommendations and an additional set of long-term implementations, including fleet electrification, and put it into a broader pathway to sustainability that's more of a long-term strategic plan for the district. Next slide, please. So wanting to leave this last slide for the discussion, and I'll stop, but I've at the top here listed some of the things that I spoke of today, starting with the 2- or 3-tier bell time structure as the things that we see as the key items for the board to consider. And then also listed some additional ones at the bottom that, again, we didn't have time to discuss in depth, but what we see as additional near and long-term items and practices for the board to discuss. So the 2-tier or 3-tier bell time structure, again, within each of those scenarios, what sorts of flexibility schools ought to have and how big the windows are, what the specific times are. The walk to stop guidelines that your routing team is given within which to route. So how far you allow students to walk to bus stops by grade level. The policy around walk zones and whether you're ready to consider a change there to expand the walk zone for all grades or some subset of grades. Looking at transit journeys for your 7th and 8th graders and the potential to shift some additional students from yellow bus to public transit. The potential use of additional vans or smaller vehicles that may not require a CDL where you end up with low density, longer routes that don't need a large bus that requires a CDL driver. There's the practice of offering deviated stops to families that we know has been discussed. We didn't present any analysis here, except that we did find a large number of those in our system that can create different operational challenges, and also just even one of our findings was having better data about those deviated stops would potentially unlock additional opportunities for savings. We called out opt-in and opt-out policies as something to explore. That's an important thing for the district to discuss. Choice and open enrollment policies, specialized programs, and non-CPS schools, that these are baseline conditions that then the transportation system needs to try to accommodate, and that can create longer routes and harder opportunities to be truly efficient. And then finally, curb-to-curb accommodations, just another factor that limit efficiencies. That is an important area to understand how those are given and how that efficiencies within your system. I think that's where I'll close. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we will go back to some of the questions that are here in the presentation, but the second part of the presentation is to give feedback from the roundtable discussions that we had. And this gave feedback from both our families that came, or community partners that came to the roundtable discussion. Several of our board members attended as well. And we also went to schools and did student voice sessions. So we have perspectives from several of our students also. So moving to the roundtable discussion feedback. Okay, next slide. So we had the overall objective was really for the participants to look at the different possibilities around scenarios, suggest other possibilities, give voice to both to the stakeholders, specifically the parents and the students, as it really essential to making the necessary improvements. So we had 5 in-person roundtables. We had 303 virtual roundtables as well. We had about 250 people that were registered, 247 to be exact. For the in-person, we actually had about 32 that came in person, and for virtual, we had 49. So when we look overall, we had about, 81 people that actually participated in terms of quick math. But we did have several that also gave responses as well on the survey, because they could also watch the presentation online and also give responses that way. So we did get some feedback that way as well. Effectiveness of the feedback. So 81% of the participants thought that the sessions were well facilitated, that they reported being engaged. They felt like that the district really cared because we were having the sessions and getting their feedback, even though they didn't necessarily like some of the answers for some of the responses. They did appreciate the honesty and the transparency. And they did reference, we heard this one quite a bit, to thank you for at least asking for parent opinions, as this directly affects us, especially single parents that work daily. So just wanted to just highlight that information in terms of feedback. Topics of conversation, much like what we heard today with formative, because we recognize that many of the areas are very similar. And so in terms of those topics, tiered routes to and from school and start times, and that goes along with the start times conversation that we just had, mileage and time on bus. And so that's how far it's taking for students to move how long it takes them to get to school on the bus in terms of transportation from beginning to end, and walking to and from school. So those were the top 3 in terms of support as trying to address the overall issue. There was no support for the hub and spoke process, which is the yellow bus and metro hybrid, which essentially meant And I see some smiles because we talked about that ahead of time. But there was no support for that. So essentially that is students are picked up, they're taken from one location to another location to then get another bus that would take them then to school. And so there was no support for that. That was also not something that came up in terms of the recommendation from formative that would allow us to address our issue. But we did want to call it out because it was something that was discussed. So do you support a 3-tier start time for all of our students? And you see the responses in terms of agree, about 51% agreed, and then another 22% didn't agree or disagree. And so the vast majority in terms of the support for that were those that agreed for it. 25% strongly disagreed or disagreed. And so that was a three-tier system where we have 3 different start times. Essentially, for those to be the most effective and most impactful, you're looking for about an hour between each of those start times. So that's really because you're using the same population of buses to take students from one location to the other. So just so that we add a little bit of clarity when it comes to that. This is the feedback that we gave, that we received back in terms of benefits of the 3-tiered system. And you will notice that the respondents gave some of the same commentary in terms of what would be better, just as formative did. So many of the recommendations here came from formative as well. More efficient if routes were shorter, faster routes and fewer students, could make bus routes shorter. We heard that quite a bit. My children they're late. They have late and early start times, and it works well. So in terms of that, we have parents that had children in different places. We always had tiered routes prior to COVID. This makes it more efficient and cost effective. And so this was just some of the benefits that were provided for the 3-tiered model from the respondents and the participants. What suggestions do you have that could mitigate challenges of a 3-tiered start time for schools this really got into how we would decide or determine which schools would be in which tier. And so this talked about looking at schools that were in close proximity, clustering schools together in terms of start times. There was a focus for some on making sure that we were looking at the healthy start times as well. So there's a lot of data around the support for the healthier start times, especially with our older students. Schools cannot solve all of the societal problems. That one was one that came up often. Schools cannot solve all the societal problems, yet that is what we asked them to do. And so this one really, with the communities, rec centers, so forth and so on, to make sure that we are all owning the problem of getting our students back and forth to school. And then the last one on here is if neighborhood elementary schools that are close by could allow students to still have the healthy start time. And so this was really talking about enrollment in the neighborhood school. So this took us back to the rank. Please rank 3-tier start times in order of acceptability. And this actually gave times. So and they were really pretty close in terms of how the responses were. We had the highest number of responses overall across the board for the 7:30, 8:30, and 9:30 in terms of most acceptable in terms of percentages. But that was very close to 7:15, 8:15, and 9:15. And so the earlier times, 6:45, 7:45, and 8:45, and 7, 8, and 9 were not as acceptable, but the 7:15 and 7:30 times respectively, if there was a 3-tier start time, was something that was acceptable. So we did do feedback from principals as well around start times, if which options they would prefer. And so this gives the count based on the option. So whether they were looking at a 2-tiered option or a 3-tiered option. So for the 2-tiered option, we had 47 that wanted to start school at 7:45 and 19 at 8:45. And then for the 3-tiered option, 7:30, 8:20, and 9:10 were the times that they looked at, and that was 32, 28, and 6 respectively. So we won't talk about hub and spoke because hub and spoke was one that they did not they weren't favorable around. So I know that time is far spent. So I do want to make sure that we're able to get through discussion and questions. So we'll go to the next, but that is there and available for you. So let's continue to go, Rob, till we get to the next one. Let's keep going. Okay, yes, one more. If you'll go back for me, I'm sorry. One more. There we go. So this gave some plus deltas, and the plus deltas here were also very similar to, again, the feedback that we received from formative. So I did want to keep them here so that you were able to really see where the support was in terms of what we're looking at with transportation and the buses. There was some concern or some question about the individual routes that we had before for Metro, and we have discussed that I think pretty extensively, and so we know that at this point we're not going back to extra routes. So it's really trying to find the way, not trying, finding the way to make certain that we're getting our students to school on time. And the student support, the student feedback sessions, we'll go ahead and go to that one for the last set. The student focus groups, we'll go ahead. Thank you. So we went to 35, there were 35 schools that participated. We had 57 of our district level employees that volunteered to go in to get feedback from students. And we had over 400 students, 5th through 12th grade, that participated in the feedback session. So really feel good about the responses that we received from the students. These were all of the schools that participated, so we want to thank the students at these schools and the principals at the schools for making their school available to us and available to the students for us to get feedback from them. But if you will notice, we have all types of schools that are included here. So as we look at the 35 schools that were included, there were all types in terms of the inclusion. And these are the individuals that facilitated the conversation. So this is our district staff that did the facilitation in the conversations with them. So you see a combination of principals here. You see district level staff as well that really assisted in the facilitation of the sessions with the students. The topics were really the same kind of topics, but targeted towards students. The best parts about riding the bus, what would make the bus ride better, should 7th and 8th graders only ride yellow buses, only Metro, or should there be a choice? What would you like to share with us about your experiences riding to and from school, just to call out a few? So these are the things that our students gave about the best things about riding the bus. I thought that number 3 was really a really cute one. They get to sleep as they're riding the bus. And so it was always wonderful to hear the feedback from students, talking to friends. There's the second one was very interesting as well. It gives you independence, and that was in reference to Metro. And so just looking at what some of the responses are from the students. And one of them even talked about having a better sense of community due to going downtown and recognizing people. So this information is here. There was a shout out for a bus driver, Miss Ebony, is fair. So I want to make sure that we give a kudos to Miss Ebony because she made the shout out list in the student sessions. What would make riding the bus better? And there is a variety of information that's here as well that in terms of feedback for the students. So this has been provided for you, but there are several things here that would make the ride better for them. Assign more buses to the Metro routes was one of the things that they actually said as well, which I thought was interesting. Begin running express buses again, and so that is specific to the extra routes. And then there were comments around being right on who is not following the rules on the bus, and so that talks a little bit about the behavior on the bus and how we can work with those on the bus to improve or really help to monitor the behavior that's happening there. Some of the buses are packed and they keep letting people on, and so that's another one that was called out. Heat and air and how the buses look for some, and so that was one that was important also that students called out. So all of these are relevant. Did want to make sure that we share them with you just as they were given to us by the students. One of them that was also really interesting was the offer the yellow bus transportation for students who are in extracurricular activities. And so right now our extracurricular activities go on Metro through an extracurricular pass, but this was one that was called out for yellow buses. Recommendations, top recommendations, there were 3. And this was a combination of the students really knew more about deviated stops than I thought that we talked about. Tiered start times was one that came up. Extending the space or how long. Some students referenced being willing to walk a little farther if it meant that they were going to get to school on time. And so that's just kind of, or that they were willing to walk farther, a little bit farther, if they knew that the time for them to get to school would allow them to get to school on time. So the radius for the 1.5, as it was explained to the students currently, it's at 1 from where the school is, 1 mile from where the school is. But if it meant walking, you know, 0.25 or 0.50 to their bus stop for them to get to school on time, then they thought that that would be something that would be important. And the other that came up, and I didn't hear about it as much tonight in the presentation, but it was talked about quite a bit in the other presentation, in the other conversations building up, was the elimination of deviated stops. And I think that that's something that would really have to take some conversation from the board, because the deviated stops has been a level of service that the board has provided and the district has provided to families for a period of time. However, we have, you know, individuals with a deviated stop every day. And so every afternoon it's a different location. So being able to make sure that we take a look at that as well. I think that was it. So now I will stop. I know that was a lot of information, but it is important that we do get feedback and get some direction for next, because this is what's going to determine really how we begin to get the next level of information in terms of really looking at transportation.
Thank you very much, Superintendent. We'll hear from board members in just one moment. I think you answered one of maybe both of the questions I had about process. And I apologize if you shared this right at the beginning. I did step out to use the restroom for just a second. But this is a request from the board tonight is feedback on these recommendations. And then did you share a bit about what the timeline is for making plans and commitments for next year?
So I'm hopeful. So yes. So the first step is for us to share with the board so that we can get recommendations or feedback or just get a general consensus for where the board is in terms of what they support. Hopefully by the next board meeting, we have some opportunity, and I think our next board meeting, our actual next business meeting is on April the 10th. After we get the information this evening, opening up again to do some additional feedback sessions with families around where we hear the direction is with families, with schools, with teachers, with community partners, with everyone that's willing to give us feedback around the direction that the board is leaning towards, I should say, in terms of transportation, so that by the time we get back on the 10th, we are able to make some decisions, because whatever we do, we are going to have to socialize it with parents, and we do need to make sure that parents are completely aware of any changes that we may be looking at.
Thank you very much. Board member questions or comments? Dr. Moffitt. Ms. Bolton, would you like to go first? All yours.
Thank you. First of all, let me say I'm very pleased that the superintendent brought this group to us. And second, I'm very pleased that the plan or the work that they produce is very green. It is also comprehensive because they look at transportation much as we did in our policy development, those 3 transportation policies where we talk about bicycles, we talk about walking or the walking school bus, and these people address that too. And I think they're in our kind of in our value glide, if you will. I appreciate it. I'll just go from this one page first, and I am interested in saving money, of course, and right now transportation is costing us disproportionately too much, and it is not a sustainable line item. But I think for our first year of it working with the right plan, if you will, the way to go with this, I still think is a 2-tier. Largely because I think our folks want us to be on time and more than anything at this point in time. So I think at least the way they described it, the way you've described it, and I understand it, the two-tier is at least initially a good transition, and it's more reliable. I doubt that when push comes to shove, the walk to stop guideline. You've mentioned the idea, and I know we've been in transition of trying to get our 7th and 8th graders basically all on Metro, or just we left that because that was such a concern a couple of years ago, and it may still be, but I don't see the 6th graders as even an option. Strategic use of vans. Yes, what a wonderful idea. So yes, I like the van thing. The other. What's a deviated stop?
So a deviated stop is a child goes to a different place after school than where their normal bus stop is. So one day it may be dad's house, the next day it may be the daycare, another day it may be grandma's house. So it's the different places that they go after school.
Okay, and I do think it's dangerous, but I do like the opt-in and opt-out. I wish families would have to, and then that next list of making people sign up for it. I know we would worry, and that would take a lot of effort on our part that people weren't discriminated against about they didn't know it or whatever. It's a big communications job, but I think you own it. The choice, open enrollment policies, and the non-CPS, so that is our cross to bear, period, over and done with. And obviously that has a lot to do with ad hoc and also our relationship with the non-CPS schools in our efforts. And then the curb-to-curb accommodations, that speaks to kids' special needs. And I think, frankly, probably that needs some review as well. But certainly we want to be able to provide that. And the bell time, that's, to me, that's the priority. That's a time frame thing too for us, right? Because we're going to have to announce that fairly soon or adjust it or fix it or what have you.
The sooner we make decisions around the next, the sooner we have to start the communication process, because the change, so we have about 5 different bell times right now. And we're accommodating all of those different bell times. And there has not been a lot of feedback in terms of how the different bell times were started, with the exception of the healthy start times. So what really would have to happen is we would have to go back and engage at the school level, because a change in start time also means a change in the workday for staff. It means the change in taking care of their own children before the day starts. So it's something that we would need to do as quickly as possible. And the goal would be to encourage schools to get as close to their start time as possible. So if you notice the slide that we showed, that was direct feedback from all of the schools for if they had to choose times, those are the times that they would choose. And so I think that that's where we would start the conversation.
Thank you, Ms. Bolton. Other board members who have questions or comments? Ms. Jones.
I have a very simple question, just for clarity purposes. So the distinction between the bell times and the start times, bell times are the actual class time start. What are bell times?
I'm sorry, I'm using them interchangeably. So I mean the same thing. So I mean the actual start time of the school day. Gotcha. So it's whether the school would start, correct. Okay. Right. So that's when the actual school day would start, which means generally that an hour to an hour and a half before that is when transportation starts.
Okay. I think one of the things that I appreciated about the presentation was some of the recommendations around policy changes. And I think if it sort of aligns with kind of where we are with some of the ad hoc stuff. But although I do think that the ad hoc stuff, I mean, I'm looking at timelines, how soon do those decisions have to be made for this to work, whether it's a 2-tier or a 3-tier. So those are the things that are more concerning to me. I'm looking at it saying I favor probably the two-tier approach. But I don't know, especially because we don't know what the how things are going to pan out with that.
So I think that it's not one variable or recommendation. I think it's a variety of recommendation, with one as the most overarching recommendation being the change in the bell time. And we've had some discussion as well. While we believe that the 3-tier start time is going to give us the maximum savings, the maximum use of the buses, we do believe that at this point it could be a challenge to the system as a system challenge. And so starting with 2, kind of easing our way into to maybe a third one, try that out for a couple of years and see how that goes. And at the same time doing all of those other things. So at the same time maximizing the routes, at the same time offering opt-out of transportation as we were able to do this year, recommending or offering as an option for students to ride Metro if they would like to ride Metro for our 7th grade students and above, 7th and 8th grade students. So really looking at all of the different variables that go along with it, not just the one change in start time.
Thank you, Board Member Jones. Other board members with questions? Dr. Moffitt.
So I think the presentation was very comprehensive. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of the information. I do, for not wanting to sound redundant for my colleagues, I do like the fact that I think that things will be done concurrently, ad hoc. We've even talked about middle schools, and that can impact transportation. I mean, we've got a lot of conversations going on that I think need to be happening at the same time. And so that I think it's great timing, but I also think that there's a lot of things there's a lot of moving parts. I do have a couple of questions. One is, are these similar recommendations as what OSBA's transportation report suggested? Because I know that was a significant amount of time that was spent last year regarding our specific district as well. So I guess I'll give you all my questions. And then we do have the curb-to-curb accommodations, especially with respect to our students with disabilities. I know that I really kind of wanted to flush that out a little bit more. And then the choice open enrollment, again, we probably will be talking about that more in ad hoc. When we mentioned, there was a mention of the distance, and we've adopted the corridor model. So I was thinking again this aligns with the corridors that we've already accepted. But the one thing that concerns me is that we're talking about 81 participants in this survey. And so that is a very low number to be basing a lot of huge decisions on, to me. How many students ride the bus?
About 12,000.
So we've got 12,000 students that ride the bus, and we've only had 81 participants, in whether in person or virtually. So I really think that the engagement piece needs to be super, super significant, because that doesn't make sense to me that we're making a lot of decisions on, even with 400 students, that's a super low number. So I think that we need to get more data and more feedback significantly before we start really making major decisions based off of small numbers. Even the principal numbers were better, but when I see 400 students, 12,000 possibility, and 81 participants, 32 in person, 49 virtual, 247 registered, that's still a very low number for me to feel very confident that these decisions that impact 36,000 potential students and 6,000 staff are being made off of such a small number. So I just, my question initially was with regards to the OSBA transportation survey.
Yes, so the recommendations are in alignment in terms of what was provided to the district last spring, in terms of recommended that one of the main recommendations that was made that our board is, that we're not in agreement with, is that we are below the state's requirement. And so the state's requirement is 2 miles. We were at 1.25, and then we went to 1 mile. And so the recommendation is as close as we get. But one of the main recommendations that came out of the OSBA information, the transportation consultant that works with OSBA was to take a look at that as well. And that was also shared in a conversation that the team was able to have. The second was to maximize or optimize our bus routes also. So really the information that was called out here by both formative and the individuals that responded to the survey were very similar in terms of what we need to do in terms of really making sure that we're able to get transportation right for the district. I think the second thing to your point, Dr. Moffitt, that's important is that we also, I really want to make sure that we get some level of direction from the board before we begin to even survey parents again. We started with just doing 6 roundtable sessions. We moved from 6 roundtable sessions and we added additional sessions. We started with 6 total that included virtual. We increased that number to try to get additional participation. The surveys from the schools, the principals on the start times, that was the response for all of them. So every principal did respond. The 2 schools that didn't respond were the schools that don't have transportation. So all of the schools gave a response. So after we get better direction in terms of where the board is and what the board is thinking, that we might need to do moving forward. Then we'll send out a comprehensive survey again. We'll actually send it out to everyone. We'll send it out to all staff, all school-based staff as well, to parents to try to get some additional responses from them around their recommendations, because we do agree, but the responses that were given were in alignment with the responses that came from our experts at Formative.
And I just have 2 more questions. Do we have data on what a 2 mile versus the 1.5 mile versus the 1.25 mile comparison would be regarding cost savings? Because the district has opted, the state minimum is 2, correct? Mm-hmm. And we are doing 1.25. Do we have a cost comparison with regard to 2 miles and what that cost would be and the impact to our students on that versus 1.5 miles versus 1.25 miles? And then the other question is regarding the surveying of our charter and non-public schools. And just for the public's edification, we do have to transport our charter and non-public school students at a significant cost. So where is their input regarding the survey?
So we also did a discussion with our charter schools as well. So we did a roundtable with just our charter providers also to get their feedback as a part of making the recommendations for it today, or making the recommendations that will go along with our roundtables overall. The next step to the optimization scenarios is really looking at then those additional walk zones that we referenced. Right now, we've not looked at 2 miles. And Formative, you can jump in here if you would like to do that. But the board has made it really clear that 2 miles is not what they're interested in. And so we really try to maximize what may be possible or may be feasible. So if that is the will of the board for us to go back and do more information around the 2 miles, that's something that we can do. But at this point, we've not done that. We've not used the data that way to try to make sure that we were maximizing time. Did you have anything that you wanted to add there, Carl?
No, that's correct. At this time, we haven't analyzed the 2 mile.
The next step to the overall, after we get some direction or recommendations, would be now looking at the different scenarios so that we can give more feedback on kind of what those different scenarios would be.
Thank you, Dr. Moffitt. Thank you, Superintendent. Mrs. Weinberg.
Now I'm up. Thank you, Superintendent Wright. I just have one comment and I have one question. First comment is I think definitely we have to be very transparent once we decide on something so that we can alert parents and that they're aware. And you know I'm always going to bring up this question with the different tiers. How will the availability of buses help out after school and sport activities?
So one of the things that you will see in the treasurer's report tonight is we were contacted after I sent the updates last week about a charter organization that defaulted on the buses that they had, the vans that they had coming. But we had to move quickly and get some responses from the board quickly. So you will see that in the treasurer's report tonight. Right now, it's set up such that each of the high schools would have a 9-passenger van. As I shared in the updates, 9-passenger is all that we can do that doesn't require a CDL. So we're hopeful that that will then be responsive to some of the needs that we have around athletics. So on that end. So I just wanted to put that in right now, since it will likely come up when we have the overall conversation, but that's the reason why. In terms of one of the challenges that we currently have with athletics, and it's not just athletics, it's athletics and it's field trips, because I am a huge proponent of field experiences for students. One of the challenges that we have right now is because of the need that we have for buses during the regular day, individuals that will otherwise be available for backup drivers or be available for field trips are not available to do that for us. It's the same with athletics. And so there was a little more flexibility last semester with those particular sports because we had more control over when the times happened, so we could kind of piece it together and get there. We had families that supported, we had coaches that supported, we had teachers that supported, and so we were able to get the students back and forth to the events. This semester, not so much, because we don't have, with a lot of the track and field events, we don't have control over the start times for those events. So, and that's just one area that I call out. And so when we think about the change, anything that we can do to get closer to what we need during the day to start school, to pick up school, the more flexibility that it gives us in the afternoon. And that's, you know, the most efficient would be the 3-tiered. However, I think that would be the most challenging for our organization right now. It would cause the most tension on the organization.
Do you think that with the tier 2 that it would open up a little bit of some possibilities of having some available busing available?
I believe it will. I just can't speak at this point to how much it would be, because we would also have to run the different optimization studies for maximizing the current route. So as we're talking about the changes in the tiers, we're also talking about maximizing routes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weinberg. Anybody who's not gone yet like to go? Mr. Moreski.
I have not gone. A lot of my comments have been summed up. I would just also lend my support for Tier 2. I just feel like Tier 3 is a tremendous amount of change pretty quickly. I have reservations about some of the suggestions regarding deviated stops, but I also understand the reason for it. I don't need to tell anybody here, a lot of our families have different needs after school, and I'm confident we can figure out a way to do it equitably. And I appreciate also, Mr. Allen and your team, informative, the really deep analytical dive you did into all this and presenting it in such an objective way, and making note in at least one of your slides to the equity challenges to a couple of these. So obviously everybody up here knows how I feel about early start times. And doing away with those really upsets me as well. But again, you know, there's certain realities we have to have, and I'd just like to put in another vote of confidence for the work the ad hoc committee is doing, because I know a lot of that 5 years ago now was born out of this conversation. It's a shame in a lot of ways it took 5 years to get this presentation, but I applaud the superintendent and your team for having this done. Again, thank you, Mr. Allen. Tier 2, I like if we can work with families on deviated stops. I don't know what that means. I'm not an expert at this. That's the only thing I'd toss out there.
So I think the one response around deviated stops would be looking at kind of like we're talking about the tiers, where it doesn't go from you have deviated stops now to no deviated stops at all, but looking at the possibility of recommending a number, possibly. So instead of
going 3 or 4 different places during the week.
Totally.
Because that means that we have to then schedule those students independently for each one of those times. So it could be that you could have 1 deviated stop or 2 deviated stops versus having the multitude that we have now. So, you know, if it is the will of the board for us to continue, I do believe, as I shared earlier, that I think it would be hard on families because we have traditionally had deviated stops, and I think it's for a period of time we've done that. So we would have to prepare them for the change and, you know, when the change would go into effect. But we do know that the deviated stops, they're also in the era of where we are with transportation, they're also causing a challenge for us getting students to school on time and getting picked up on time in conjunction with not having enough buses across the board, or drivers as well.
Thank you, Superintendent. Mr. Craig, I know you're online tonight. If you would like to share something, would you just take yourself off mute and interrupt us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
You sound great.
Loud and clear.
All right. I had 2 thoughts. The first thing is that, and I think Board Member Bolton will be kind of happy to hear this, that I think she's now convinced me that having some additional vehicles could be a good thing for us to do. So I think that is something I think if we are able to do the 2-tier system might be something that makes it more feasible. To really harp around. I think the one thing that I really did appreciate, though, was the option of 7th and 8th grade to either ride the Metro or do Yellow Bus. One of the things I have heard from a number of folks is that the Metro would be actually easier for their kids to ride because certain parents ride the bus also, and so being able to catch the bus at the same times. But another thought came to my head, and again, this might be me channeling Ms. Bolton today, is my one concern about extending any kind of walk distance is our lack of crossing guards in many areas. Brings me some concern with this idea of extending how far our students have to walk. And so I just wondering your thoughts, Superintendent, about that aspect of if we were to make a change, because every change comes with a benefit and a cost, how would that be affected by the distance this child would have to walk or the potential crossing of dangerous streets and that kind of deal for our children?
So there are two things when it comes to the stops. So there is one, the 1.5 that was referenced in the presentation. Students receive, state guidelines say that students that are K through 6th grade receive transportation if they live at least 2 miles away from their home. So the recommendation is, one of the recommendations is, right now, we previously did transportation for students if they lived 1.25 miles away from their home. And that's actually from the school to the sidewalk from where they live. That's how it's actually determined. So this year when the state made different requirements for students that were in charter schools and the board made decisions for our K-8 students, we changed that walk distance from where they live to their school from 1.25 miles to 1 mile. So essentially what that did is it meant that 25% more students were now on the buses that were not on the buses before. So that's the difference with the 1.5 and the 1.25. In terms of walking to their bus stop, right now we are at a 0.5. So students we're closer in some areas, but students can walk at least 0.5 miles to get to their bus stop. We had been a little more accustomed in the district to what appeared to be almost curb to curb for everyone, not just our special needs students. So this year when optimization went into effect this year, if you recall our previous conversations, students had to walk farther than they had to walk previously. And that was one of the reasons, because it was bringing them to a central location versus the curb to curb the service that the district had been able to provide previously.
Yeah,
So in terms question around crossing guards, there still would be the need for crossing guards.
And I think that pedestrian safety aspect of it is just an important thing for us to think about, even if we're talking about students, even if we're talking about cutting down on some of the stops so we're able to create some more collective spaces, but also if we're having students walk from longer distances to school, again, just recognizing that we do have a shortage in our crossing guards. I'm not quite there, Ms. Bolden, on bringing them into the district quite fully yet, as you are.
Thank you, Mr. Craig. Thank you, Superintendent. I know Ms. Bolden has another question. I'm going to go real quick because I haven't gone yet, and then I'll pass it to Ms. Bolden. I just wanted to say, I won't repeat colleagues, but I echo support for the two-tier. It feels like a great place to start, gives us more flexibility and is lower risk. I really appreciate the merging of expert opinion and community feedback, and I'm excited about a next round of that based on board input with even more community members. So thank you for doing that. My only question was, I thought the presentation from Formative did a nice job of sizing the financial impact of these different changes. Are we able to size the impact in terms of on-time arrivals? Because I would just co-sign what my colleagues have said, or I'll speak just for myself, I would be willing to save a little bit less if it meant that we could guarantee we were getting more families to school on time. And so I wondered if you could speak to that for just a minute.
So I can speak to it, but I'll have Carl to speak to it first. The question was around a little more guarantee for on-time performance with the two-tier system and what the recommendation would be around that.
Sure. So, I wouldn't be in a position to make guarantees, and we couldn't do analysis to see precisely what on-time performance would be, but that's to say that the two-tier system, again, depending on the width between the tiers that you chose, would give you more slack and more opportunity to be more assured of on-time performance. Whereas the tighter windows that would be required in order to pull off a three-tier system would mean fewer, less slack, less time between tiers necessarily, most likely, fewer choices to make when making pairings of routes. And so that just means more chance that some routes you have to make suboptimal pairings. That is to say, it'd be harder to get from one school to the next. And if you just think about the more steps in the process you have from the first tier to the third tier, the more opportunities for just normal variability and failure there would be, or we'd say more failure modes would be possible between the first tier and the third tier. You would probabilistically have lower performance in the third tier naturally, whereas in the two-tier you have fewer failure modes between the first tier and the second tier. So I could say all things being equal, even with an equal spacing, you would have a better chance for robust on-time performance with a two-tier, and then to further that and give you more slack, you could actually have wider a time window between the two tiers versus the three-tier, which would give you further better assurance of being able to have very strong on-time performance.
The only other thing that I would add here is we do have in policy, I believe it is, or I know it was board decision with the healthy start times, and I do think that that's in policy. And so that means that we automatically know that with the 8:40, if we go with an 8:45 start time, for example, that is going to include our high school students. So we have schools now that are in different places when it comes to that. So after Board Member Bolton and after I answer that question, I will then give some summary for what I see as the next steps to make sure that the board is in agreement with that, because that's how we would begin to move forward to then bring information back by the 10th for an overall decision.
Thank you. Ms. Bolden.
Just two things real quickly, and I think this first one comes out of finance, where we need to see the list and the cost of all the different kinds of transportation that we provide. I think that's been an assignment or something, and I know you've been working on that, because this is getting to and from, and then all these other things, as Member Weinberg has said about the athletics or health checks or field trips, to your point. So I think it'd be helpful for everybody to see that list and the cost. The other thing, and I know this sounds a little strange, but just from a from a, I don't know, a communications standpoint. I like the 1 mile just because that's easier to describe to everybody. But more importantly, I think we could engage the city and city council about kind of reestablishing school safe zones. If you say from the radius of 1 mile or what have you, I just think that could really be a great partnership, and it would do what these folks are talking about, might help with some mode shifting too, to where you have the walking bus or you have other sorts of neighborhood watch or whatever. So I think that would be a good effort with the community and with the city.
So what I see as next steps, what we'll do next, unless there is recommendation that we do something otherwise. Our next principals meeting is on Thursday. So on Thursday, we will have conversation with principals around looking at the 2 tiers. They've kind of already said which tiers they want, but we do want to make sure that as they've given us those times, that they've also engaged their staff. They've engaged their ILTs in the conversation. That there's been some conversation at the school around what those times would be. The second thing that we will do from there is once we get that solidified from them, which may not be until after we come back from spring break, we will then take that 2-week period to then to do as much as we can to get information out to families, to get some responses from families about their specific school. So if you are at Kilgore's time starts at this time. That may not have been the best example. But if you're at Kilgore's time this is the time that we're looking at for Kilgore. Any feedback that families have on that, to try to get as much feedback as we can from those that actually ride the bus, so that we are then able to give that feedback to the board. I'm optimistic that we can get as much as possible by the 10th, but it might be right before the 10th before we can get it to the board for them to actually review the information, so that we can then make some decisions and then give the additional information to the formative in terms of what the start times would be. What they will need will be the start time by school to actually do the optimization, because they would use the students that are assigned to those schools and that start time to then say what we would be able to do in terms of changes. Carl, did I miss anything with that?
No, I think that's right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
So thank you for that paraphrase, Superintendent. Is there any concern or additions or changes? Okay, thank you, Superintendent. We appreciate it. So I believe then we are ready to, anything else on transportation, Superintendent?
No, I just want to make sure that we will start on Thursday with the engagement for principals, so that we can start that engagement with schools and with families. And I want to make certain that the board is in support. Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Wonderful. So we're going to move right on to our next presentation, which is on the FY24 budget.
Thank you to the formative team as well. Okay. Okay. Okay, so wanted to start from the very beginning with where we are right now as we begin the conversation to where we go next. And I will try to be as thorough as possible on the slides, but also prepared to receive questions as we go through as we go through the presentation. So this school year, for the 22-23 school year, we had 299 vacancies.
Of that, 170 were covered by long-term subs. We had about 15 specialists, and that was specifically reading specialists and other staff, coaches that went into 15 positions to get to that 170 that was covered. After that, we had 129 that were still vacant as of the end of the school year, and that's a combination of core vacancies as well as the overall vacancies that we had for elective classes, so forth and so on. So I'm going to I know there's been a lot of questions that have come up about this particular slide, so I am going to ask our treasurer if she will just talk through this one again, because it has been one that's been referenced fairly often.
Good evening, everyone. So I wanted first to address the list of budgets that President Sellers referred to. And she is right that the budget values have gone down. But because of the fair funding formula that was adopted at the end of June of 21, so it would have affected the 21-22 school year, with a funding formula removed pass-through tuition funding. So immediately our revenues and our expenses dropped by $87 million. So if we took that fiscal year 21 budget of 625 and removed the impact of the pass-through funding, our restated budget would have been $538 million. So it's a lot closer to that $565 million that we're looking at. The last 2 years, we have intentionally allowed the budget to be higher than our annual revenues because of strategic investments. One of those being the growth of the preschool promise funding. So we increased this year's budget by $4 million because of the budgets. Those needs have grown beyond the $15 million revenue. We also increased this year's budgets to help the new superintendent start her new initiatives. And we also were holding on to staff members that we would normally have not held on to because of the drop in enrollment. That was a conscious decision to hold on to staffing to support what we believe to be a temporary reduction in enrollment. So if you recall, prior to COVID, we had almost close to 36 students. Now we've been rebounding, but not as quickly as we'd anticipated. So that's why the budget looks like such a dramatic drop. The board has given us guidance to produce a balanced budget, which balanced to the revenues that are forecast in the general fund, $565 million.
So I think as we continue the conversation around the budget and the budget next steps, I do think that we want to engage in dialogue with the board around whether or not we are truly looking to balance to 565 or we're looking to balance to some other recommended number that we think is appropriate. So I just want to add that because this is in direction from what was provided to us. So that's where the 565 is coming from. But if the board gives us different direction, then we will definitely operate within that different direction. So strategic alignment is necessary for transformation. And I will say that in terms of thinking about the budget and transitioning into the district in May, we worked through the budget that was already there and available. There were a few areas that we did have to go through and tweak, but we were not able to make recommendations that would then begin to do an overall school improvement alignment and alignment to what the goals and guardrails are, because at that time we did not have goals and guardrails. So we have since then gone through the goals and guardrails process, which gives us the priorities, and the guardrails actually were the values that were provided by the community. And so looking at what those values were and looking at the goals, then how we're going to use this as a year of action to begin some level of implementation around meeting those goals. In process is the development of the strategic plan, and we know that that is twofold. The strategic plan, one, that allows us to align with the goals and the guardrails, and the other is the work that the board is doing and beginning to do around the creation of vision, mission, and really where we're looking to see our school district in the next 3 to 5 years in terms of forecasting. So these were the top 4 areas. Our treasurer, when she started doing the initial conversations around the budget, these were the 4 areas that we talked about during that time. And it was, again, sustaining staffing, looking at the staffing formulas that were used, and beginning to transition as much as possible out of ESSER-funded roles. High school transformation, the focus on high school transformation was really an area of focus that was shared with me and the board when I came to the district, because it was important for us to really begin to look at how we were celebrating the great things that were already occurring in the district, but also how we're looking at the schools that were in need of improvement and how we began to do that work. The high quality instruction, the district had done a great job of selecting high quality materials that were aligned to standards for students, and teachers have done just a really good job, even in this year, of beginning to realign with professional development. Professional development, in many instances, as was given in terms of feedback, had to be halted because of COVID. And so the kind of professional development that the district had been accustomed to collectively and what teachers had received collectively wasn't there. And so it's beginning to bring that back so that they can then really utilize the resources that are available to them in the classroom with students to get to that level of instruction that's so important. And the last is a focus on resources, how we're getting to equitable resourcing based on specific needs. And so one of those that we identified, which we'll see as we come up in the other slides, has been on English language learners as well. So the budget and staffing process was formula driven, and just to review the process, we started with projected enrollment that is run by our IT team, and IT and enrollment, and they do that based on historical information as well. And then the staffing formulas. We shared the staffing formulas. One of the things that has been brought to our attention as a part of those formulas, and in many of the conversations that we've had with President Sellers, is in some instances we found that there was a staffing formula, that the staffing formula was provided, and that's how the positions were done. And then there was a recommendation to leave the positions in place. So in some instances, there was the staffing formula that's the same as last year, but we have found a few instances where what was in the formula did not match what was in practice in the building. So to our treasurer's point, there was staff that, based on the formula, there wouldn't have been staff in that area, but when you actually go to the school, the staff was still there, and that was a decision that was made to do that previously. And then we considered principal's appeals as been a part of the process or the previous process for the district, and then updated staffing allocations, and then after that providing information to finalize the non-personnel budget. And we are saying non-personnel budget because we use a staff allocation model, which means our schools are given staff numbers. They're not given monies for staff. They're given monies for non-personnel budget. Appeals criteria, which I did provide the information for the board for the appeals the way that we did it prior to the pause. It was an issue of whether or not the request was a formula correction. So there were some instances where the formula was run, but what was given in terms of staffing didn't meet what was on the formula, so that we identified and we corrected it. The other was class size adjustment. So for example, if the formula called for one number, but the school was actually one number below that, we did make that adjustment as well, because we know how formulas work in systems, and so then we have to go back and actually manually do some of those changes. So that was the second. The other was school improvement expectations. So if we're talking about a particular area that is involved in school improvement and the recommendation is coming from the school, and that's something that we feel that we could fund during that time, that was a recommendation that we said yes to. And the other was a programmatic needs. And so, for example, if you were going to losing that teacher meant losing a program, and that was given in an appeals formula, in an appeals request, then that was something that we considered to do the update as well. So there's been conversation around a loss in positions and a loss in actual roles. And so really wanted to make sure that we shared this and did have this conversation with President Sellers as well, at least around the counselors and social workers. So while the number of positions may change per the formula, there is not a net loss of staff due to current vacancies. So if we look at where we are currently, for this school year, the first column represents the number of positions. That's the first one. The second column represents of those positions, the number that were actually filled this year. The third column recommends or shares the proposed positions for this upcoming school year. And the difference is the positions from what was proposed in positions for this school year and what was proposed in positions for the current school year. So one, we have positions that we're looking at for next school year. So that's in column C, minus what we have in column A, which were the positions that were allotted for this year. The difference is what would then be left for us to actually fill if those positions were to remain the same. So for example, for school counselors, this current year, we had allocation for 60.2 school counselors. Of those 60.2 positions, 59 of them were filled. So that means that we had almost one that wasn't filled in terms of that. For this current year, the proposal for school counselors is 64. So it's an increase from the school year that we're in right now. So for school year 24, which will be next school year, the proposal is for 64, wherein this year the proposal was for 60. The number of vacancies were 60. So that gives us a difference of 3.8 positions to the plus that are allocated this year over, and I'm using this year in terms of this upcoming year. So that's allocated for the upcoming year versus what we have for this school year. And then when we look at what's currently needed, when we add those together, that would give us five counselors that we need already if we fill all of our positions. The second, along the same lines, the second would be social workers. So currently, the number of social workers that we have for position are 69.6. Of those, 60 of them are filled. So 9.6 of them are not filled. This year, the proposal is for 67, and that's only based on the model that is used for allocation. That goes specifically based on the number of students. So then we have the difference. There was a difference from the proposal for next school year to this school year of 2.6 positions, which would still mean in order for us to have all of our school counselors, our school social workers filled, we would need 7 additional school social workers to fill the positions. So while there may be a change from one location to the other, there is not a net movement because we currently have vacancies. The same remains true for art, the same remains true for music, and the same remains true for PE. So this is just the format that we used for the appeals decisions. Once we went through each of the areas for each school that sent out information for or a request for an appeal, we went through each one of them, sent the ones back based on the breakdown of why it was approved versus why it was denied in terms of that appeals at that point. Some of those have been updated based on conversations that we've had. And as we move forward, if the board gives additional direction or different direction, then we'll go back and make sure that that's updated with schools as well. But this particular one is an actual one that was done from the school. And you see what the school requested and how we responded in terms of what was approved as a part of the appeal and then what wasn't approved as a part of the appeal. So now we get to next school year. As is in the case, each year there's surplus staff. Surplus staff is placed into anticipated vacancies. So right now, at the beginning of transfer rounds, and I say it that way because this is our first data point. The data point from the current school year was after we had gone through both sets of transfer rounds. So this is just where we are right now in terms of transfer rounds. So at the beginning of transfer rounds, there were 239 vacancies that took into consideration the vacancies that we already had and any other vacancies that were created by individuals sharing that they were resigning, individuals that were retiring, or new positions that were being added as a part of the allocation process. Currently, there are 92 positions that have been surplus from one school to another based on the allocation. So essentially that means those 92 positions would go into would come off of the 239 positions, which would currently leave us 147 positions remaining. So the surplus individuals that are being moved from one school to another still have a position. It's just not at the school that they're currently in unless we're giving additional directives by the board. So this is how the surplus positions break down in terms of the teaching positions at the transfer round. So you see that as we go down the roles, looking at what the individual roles are for those particular positions, these would be the positions that have been surplused. And then from there, we show where those positions go. So if they are core content area positions, they would go into a core content area position. The same for electives, the same for specialized services, and the same for PAM, PE, art, and music. If we'll go back to the last slide, this one. The other thing that has come up, and we'll go through this at the end of the slides that are here, but the other thing that has come up is the board did give some direction several years ago around PAM, such that each school had to have at least 0.5 of each, 0.5 of physical education, 0.5 of art, and at least 0.5 of music. One of the concerns at this point that has been raised to us is that because schools are not required to keep a whole position, it causes some movement within the within schools. So right now, the ILT, it makes a decision once they're given the positions and the allocations, they make the decision on which positions go where. That includes technology as well. So whatever the elective positions are, the ILT makes a decision on what those elective positions are, and they notify human resources on what those positions are going to be. So it is a little misleading, honestly, when they receive the information, because when they receive the information may say that you have 0 positions in this particular area. It doesn't mean that. It means that as a whole, these are the total number of positions that you have, and it's going to show this information until you say to human resources where the actual individual positions go. So one of the things that I think that we can do moving forward next year is just share an overall number for the allocation. So for the elective allocation, you have X number of positions without breaking it down, whether it's PE, music, or art, or technology, or media, but just giving the overall number and then having schools say where the different positions go versus giving them something to start with that says this is where the positions were, because that was something that came up quite a bit as a concern. So strategic use of Title I funds really has been organized to think about key transformations. And this is an area that has been different in terms of thinking about how we more strategically utilize the funding to get to additional student support. So I think the first is last year, there were 2 positions that were funded out of Title I for our K-8 schools. They were the reading specialists and they were the math specialists last year. Schools received that information from what they thought was just an allocation. It was an allocation, but it was an allocation that came from their Title I funds already. So this year, when we shared the information with them, the information was shared such that they would add those positions based on data, just like they did last year. Last year, they only had to add 1 position, and this year it appeared they had to add 2 positions. So that was one of the biggest differences in terms of the reading and the math specialists. So this year, for Title I, a reading specialist was required. 1 reading specialist was required for all of the Title I schools. Last year, all of the elementary schools had a K2 reading specialist, and that's the specialist that we've talked about the most that represents that number, that 45 number. And then an additional specialist was assigned based on data for 3rd grade reading and for 6th grade reading. And for math, there was a specialist assigned for 3rd grade math and for 6th grade math based on the data. Now, at the school level, they used them in a variety of ways in terms of providing support for students, but that's how they were assigned to start with. So this year, starting with step 1, was the reading specialist for K-8. And the next was depending on your on the population of students that you were serving. For our schools that had a higher percentage of ELL students, assigning them additional support through a school community coordinator for the ELL schools that had the larger percentage of ELL students. And then they could make choices about which they did next. So it was then a math specialist or a teaching position, if that's what they chose to do at the school. Or a math specialist or a reading specialist or other support positions that they saw available at the school. So those were the overall guidelines that were provided for schools in terms of them making their decisions about what positions were funded from Title I for K-8. And the overall guardrails that we looked at there in terms of just thinking in the specific areas. One of the concerns that has come up has been around the reading specialists, and we talked a bit about this earlier, but also the importance of having teachers in the classroom as well, because we did have over 100 classes this year that did not have a full-time teacher in the class. And so whatever we can do to make sure that we have full-time teachers in the classroom is also really important. Then we went to 912, which has caused the most concern because this is where the new transformation positions were recommended to sit, starting with the reading specialist for all of the 912 Title I high schools. And then from there, the next was an attendance specialist or graduation specialist. I will come back at the end to talk about how we looked at changing those titles based on feedback that we have gotten from CFT and from CAS to talk about what we may be able to do next if those positions are supported. And then still looking at the ELL community, and so the ELL community coordinators and then any other support roles that they were looking at in the buildings. When we also looked at the Title I schools, for many of them, as they were looking at additional funding for things that they were spending on other contracted services, a lot of that was services around PBIS or something to support with graduation and how they were working with students. So that's really a part of the way that came up as well, but also as a strategic focus because having the students in school is really important. And of course, really working with the differences in what's happening with them for graduation. So we've thought about the high school transformation process in a phased process over the next 3 years, with the first focusing on improving graduation and attendance, strategic use of funding, how we're thinking about acceleration strategies and how we're able to support that, any virtual option enhancements that we're able to do with students, and college readiness preparation. So we've heard about the ACT, which the ACT is the test that our district had selected for our students to take, and that does begin to go into the report card this coming year. So the scores that students make on the ACT and for college readiness purposes. So making sure that we're able to do additional support with students around preparation for these assessments, as well as we also think about preparing students for our career readiness assessments also, because you heard what was shared tonight, but we have also had that discussion that many of our students, they are taking certification classes, but they're not getting the certification because they're not passing the exams. And we do know that it's been shared that the pass rate for our students on the CTE exams mirrors the pass rate for students in our reading exams, and we want to do as much as possible to help align those so students are able to get the certification. So when they graduate, they really are able to go into the world of work ready. And then looking at school-based programming, so wanted to add here, especially with a lot of the work that's happening around ad hoc and the conversations that ad hoc is having, I believe that based on the discussions that we've had so far, most of the major changes for that would be responsive for the 24-25 school year for the most part. There may be some recommendations that are made this year that we are able to do and move forward with, but really making sure that all of those things come together next school year, which also gives us an opportunity to socialize it with schools and the community. And then by 25-26, being in full implementation across our schools with whatever the various options are going to be, whether that's increase in 9th grade academies, early college programs, middle schools, which also is a part of this conversation because currently 7th and 8th grade students are in high schools. So if we add middle schools, that's really a part of the high school transformation and redesign because it's pulling the 7th and 8th grade students out of the high school environment. So just continuing with that process. So the proposed roles, and we've had a lot of conversation around these, and as I shared in the last meeting that we had, my concern is being able to do the work that's in the area, not as much who is responsible for doing the work. And so the AP of Culture and Community, I think it's pretty self-explanatory that would be an AP role that would allow for the promotion of overall efficiencies around learning, really building relationships with students, making sure that there is additional support around PBIS and the PBIS plans that we have in buildings. We know this is an area for us to focus on. Discipline is an area for us to double down on. And we see some of our greater discipline areas as well in our Title I high schools. So giving them some additional support with that to start with. In terms of the graduation specialists and attendance specialists, I left them there just like they were, but have had some additional conversation, like I shared, both with CFT and with CAS. The goal for both of those positions really was to allow for a specific person to take those responsibilities away from the school counselor that was focusing on graduation or the school social worker that was doing attendance, to give them the opportunity to really double down in working with students around their college and career planning, working with students around acceleration plans, all of the other things that go into planning for students. One of the speakers that spoke tonight spoke to one of the challenges with graduation, and that is completely accurate, is
being able to follow up with students that are no longer in the school building. So when we begin to talk about cleaning the cohort, it's really trying to locate students that are not in the district anymore. Our schools do a great job of getting students across the finish line that are still engaging with school. They are still present. If they are not present, it is more difficult, obviously, for them to do that. And so therefore, someone has to track them down in order to make sure that they are engaged in school somewhere for as many as you can locate, or that we get them re-engaged with school. So that was really the focus in that area. In thinking about the school counselors, one of the concerns right now is the number of vacancies that we currently have for school counselors, number one. But number two, there has been a national shortage for school counselors as well. So I am definitely willing to further work with a CFT, if that's where the counselor, if we decide that that's where that position goes, to carve out a separate position, if that's what it is, for a mentor or a coach, if it's the name that is the concern. But we need someone specifically to really assist with working with the cohort, helping to develop plans for those students that are not engaging with school. And if that's something that we decide we want to wait for it until next year, I'm open to that, but I do want to share that really making sure that we support what's happening around that whole graduation piece is really important. The next is the attendance specialist, kind of along the same lines. We did agree that that position would change to CFT, and work in partnership with CFT, working with, if we can't get enough social workers, because we have vacancies for social workers right now, and a lot of different areas are calling for social workers because they do so much around mental health support, social emotional learning. If we're not able to get enough, then identifying some other position through CFT that we can assign to work with students in terms of assisting with attendance. So those would be two of the major areas there in terms of recommendations and how we're thinking about the proposed transformation roles. So would you like for me to stop here and take questions just on this part, or you want me to keep moving through?
Board members have a preference? I have a light preference for getting through the whole thing and then doing questions. Otherwise, we're going to do it twice, but I want to check to see what other folks feel. Okay, so we'll keep going. Thank you.
Right. Okay, so for adjustments for 23-24, we added up to 45 teachers, as we shared earlier, and 45 staff to campuses. So the addition of the school transformation roles, which we've discussed, if there is support for those, we could change the titles or come up with the job description that more closely aligns with what we're looking at. The addition of an ESL or ELL community coordinators, school community coordinators for those select schools with the population of our ELL students. Reductions in the ESSER-funded school community coordinators, the assistant school community coordinators, which are still ESSER-funded. The career tech coordinators, which were initially designed, and you'll see that on an upcoming slide, but they were initially designed to roll into doing the additional supported work around graduation specialists, because they could still focus on the career component and making sure the students had what they needed in terms of skills, while also working with them around the cohorts and the specificity within the cohort. So that's why that was actually there. And the other was the primary reading specialist, which we've discussed. Modifications for the reading specialist, shared those on the other slides. So the reading specialist, the first one was required by Title I. The second was optional for our qualifying schools for third grade and up. And then the math specialists were optional for our Title I elementary schools. This security assistance, and we've not made recommendations for any reduction in terms of security, but we have tried to streamline a process that would give us a better idea of how many security that would be at each school. And the team did that based on a variety of information, but it meant auditing schools,
counting the number of doors, whether or not the school had a school-based health center, and taking all of those things into consideration, as well as the kind of incidences that were at the school, to get a baseline recommendation. When you start doing formulas like this, it is important that you're able to work through that formula. For some schools, you realize that's not going to work, so we address that in the appeals process. But that's where that security assistant recommendations comes from. And again, there were not changes to the base staffing for counselors or school social workers. And then we came to the pause. And so in terms of coming through the pause, we did share in our last meeting that we met with CFT last Monday to go over the school-based allocations. We did not give any additional updates after doing that because we wanted to bring that back to the board. We intended to do that on Wednesday during the COW meeting, and the decision was for us to wait and do that tonight as a part of this meeting. So the thought was we would meet with CFT, we would meet with the board and COW, and then after that we would meet with the other unions. And they actually received an email saying that we would meet with them after that. When we got to the COW and we said that we would not do the presentation for budget until tonight, then we did not want to meet with those other unions and share information with them that may or may not be supported by the board and may cause more concern, may cause more frustration. So we just opted to wait. And so now we're doing the full discussion with the board. After we get additional direction from the board, whenever that information comes, then we will continue the follow-up and meet with the other unions around any of the remaining concerns that they have as well. So multiple reviews, and these were the areas, and these are all specific to CFT, some are CFOP, but they are the ones that we've heard about the most and what we believe our recommendation is moving forward. But we do want to hear feedback from the board, and we are willing to have additional conversation discussion based on that direction. So the first is the class size limit. So we did use from the CBA the class size limit that was there. We recommend at this point where we're not making a change, although I understand that there may be a recommendation for us to make a change in that area, we will do either. It just simply means that when we start doing the numbers from the CBA, we do the largest number because that also takes into consideration any changes that may happen in terms of students that actually don't come when school starts. So it gives an opportunity to have some level of flexibility there. If we change to the base versus the max, it would add an additional 183 new teacher FTEs, and at the same time, it would remove 173 paraprofessionals. So the increase would be our $13 million net increase. Maybe the answer is somewhere in between. Maybe the answer is not the max. Maybe the answer is not the min. Maybe the answer is 2 students over the min to try to get closer to a break-even number. But that's something that we would need to discuss because that's the recommendation that we have at this point. In terms of the library and media specialists, every school should be allocated 1 FTE and PAM allocation should not be factored in. Right now, there hasn't been a change in this recommendation. So that's been an ask. But we have not made a recommendation to change the way that media specialists or librarians are done at the school buildings. The school has made the decision through their leadership teams what electives they would have in their school. So if a school chose to have an elective that was a librarian or a media specialist, then they could make that decision at their school based on their allocation. And right now, all schools that had a librarian before were reallocated the librarian. So if they made any changes, it was made at the school level. And we've not heard of any of the schools that had a librarian that have said that they don't want to keep their librarian. PAM, I talked about earlier, in terms of the PAM allocation is insufficient to ensure teacher planning time. Right now, PAM is done. There is 1 PAM allocation for every 7 load-bearing teachers. And so we do believe through the master scheduling process, we're able to address the planning time for teachers, which is 225 minutes per week. So we have not recommended a change in that area at this time either. So security, need to ensure security is not being reduced. We have not done a reduction to security at all. We have a net increase of security. We did have one school that was noted that their allocation went down. Their recommendation for their allocation went down in compared to what they have now. And the main reason for that was the number of students has changed so dramatically at the school. But we do understand that that particular school does need to maintain security, so we would definitely add, though we added two of those positions back through the appeals process, and we do think that it's important to add the other security back. So we want to make sure that we acknowledge that, and we do acknowledge that that was a recommendation that was provided to us through the conversation with CFT, and that is a modification that we do recommend that we move forward with. For super subs, we are reviewing the super subs. The current super subs is one per school. The allocation should be driven by size, building, and number of teachers. We're not necessarily recommending a change. However, we are looking at more specificity around how we are allocating the super subs. So right now we have pulled data for the number based on recommendations, the number of teachers in the school, the percentage of teachers that are absent daily, and because the super subs would only cover vacancies for teachers that are already there, long-term subs would go into long-term vacancies. So that is an area that we are looking at to make sure that we can be responsive to that, and that it's something that it doesn't feel that we're changing something or taking something away from schools that they did have last year. I did want our treasurer to speak to the super sub conversation though, because I think that that's one that we've had pretty often as well.
I just wanted to remind everybody that super subs were funded by ESSER. Although the super sub concept started before COVID, it was started in an attempt to attract substitute teachers to hard to place buildings. And so there was like a higher pay incentive as a pilot. And then we hit COVID and we decided we did not want teacher subs traveling from building to building, carrying germs from one place to the next. And so we expanded in a big way the super subs and funded through ESSER. But that's one of the items that are in the cliff, right? When ESSER goes away, if we decide we're going to keep this program, it's going to hit the general fund.
The next was custodians. The ratio right now is based on square footage, and the recommendation from CFT is that is too high. Right now, we're not recommending a change in that for this year, but we would like to use the upcoming school year as the time for us to continue to review that, to work more closely with the union that oversees the custodians as well, to get some additional feedback there. We know that we continue to carry custodial vacancies also. So while we have been able to fill many of those vacancies, creating a greater concern or greater challenge by adding additional positions right now, we're not certain that that's the best direction to go, but willing to take feedback from the board. The third, I think this is a 3 of 3 for the social worker. There was conversation about the social worker specifically at Walnut Hills. The allocation should take into account different schools. Right now, we've not recommended a change there. Walnut Hills, we are planning to make the counselor adjustment at Walnut Hills, but each of the schools receives a social worker, and the school with diversionary court has an extra social worker as well. As a part of the appeals process, there were 3 positions that Walnut Hills requested back as a part of their appeals process. So that means 2 of those 3 positions we have now granted. And the social worker right now, we would think would be placed at another location. But again, as I share, if it is the will of the board for us to maintain all of those positions that were cut in those spaces, that's conversation that we can definitely have. This one was actually one that was brought up that was new to us, and so I am glad that this was brought up as a part of the conversation. And so this was about the Montessori pairs. And so digging into this a little bit, the Montessori pairs themselves don't necessarily jeopardize accreditation, as you heard our union president say tonight. However, there hadn't been a formula for high school Montessori pairs, but high school Montessori pairs had been placed at the high school Montessori schools. So even though this was one of the areas that we found they were not a part of the allocation, they were not listed as a part of the allocation, but there were pairs that were at those schools. And we do think that while there is not a requirement there, it is a historical practice that the pairs were in the high schools. And so I do think that there needs to be some conversation around whether or not we keep those pairs in the high schools, whether or not we keep all of them or a number of them that are in the high schools, because essentially they've had them there. And this was the year that the recommendation was to try to clean up all of the areas for where it didn't go with the allocation. And this is one that was elevated for us that actually I was really not aware of. Okay, so next step opportunities exist for support roles. Our school community coordinators, the assistant community coordinators, and the career tech coordinators, unless we look to go a different direction. These, based on the individuals and their areas of qualifications, these would be the areas that they could be most suited for, unless we change something with the career tech, and depending on that conversation, that would take a different conversation for our graduation specialists if we're going to go in that direction in terms of what that particular role will be. That assumed that that role would be one that needed a bachelor's degree and not necessarily an overall certification. So if we're going to do something different there, that would represent a change in terms of the career tech. The other positions, based on what their actual qualifications are, would easily fit into one of the other roles that you see on the screen. The teacher ratio change, we did talk about this before. Just wanted to make sure that we kind of broke down for you where those numbers were and what the differences would be in terms of the projections. And again, for us, it's a matter of recommendation. You know, what we decide that it is that we're recommending that we do. We're open either way to following whatever that recommendation is. I do say that there would be concerns in terms of doing that. I think it may be something that we look at on a gradual process, as I shared earlier, so that we are also making sure that we're able to recruit and hire teachers to go along with the number if we're going back to the min versus the max. So the reference to the adjustments made during the fall was not to say that we wait for positions or that we wait to hire teachers in the fall. The reference was that all of this is work that we do in anticipation of what happens in the fall. And because we really don't know what's going to happen until students show up on day one. And so we go through a process of several weeks of trying to make certain that students are coming to school, that we have students in class. And then if we have to do any cleaning or shifting, we do it at that time. Last year, or this current year, we had 24 positions that it was recommended that we move, that we went through our own appeals process at that time, as had been done with TAC, and TAC has a full process, that there was the recommendation that those positions move, that we didn't move those positions this year. And some of those are coming up in these numbers now because the numbers, their projections or allocations for this coming year still don't justify the position at the level that we have it. So that was really the purpose for the TAC process. It's already a part of our collective bargaining process, and it is done once the school year starts through appeals, through looking at students, after we have really done as much as we can to make sure that all of the schools meet their numbers. So the other items after this are in the appendix, and these were placed here as just a call out from the Finance Committee meeting on Friday. And it really talked about what the graduation rates were and why those schools were selected in terms of Title I schools for that additional layer of support. But there was an ask around the graduation rate. And so these were schools that their current graduation rate is below 90%. And that actually is how the different positions were selected based on them. So the first was the graduation position that was below 90%. We can go to the next. And this just broke down a little bit about what that role would do. You've seen these slides before. I know that you've had an opportunity to review them, but really the whole key purpose is around increased graduation rate and post-high school success. The next was the attendance specialist was also selected for our Title I schools. And while we do know that there has been, or was recommended for our Title I schools, and we do know that there has been improvement, and I definitely agree, and I do believe that our transportation this year has caused some challenges in some places. It is important to note that as we think about attendance and chronic absenteeism, if we go back and do a cross-reference for pulling out the students, we still have students that are not coming to school consistently. And so we do want to make sure, as we're thinking about high schools, we're thinking specifically about where we are with the high school population, and most of our 9th through 12th grade students, unless they drive, they actually ride Metro. And so when we start thinking about those numbers, it's important that we reference that also. This just gave a little bit about what the attendance specialist work or the attendance position work was focused around. And again, we still have it listed here as specialists, but this is one that if it was supported, we would work in partnership with CFT. If we could not find enough of the school social workers to find a position that would still be responsive to the specific support on attendance, while allowing the school social workers to do many of the other areas that they're already focusing on around mental health and social emotional learning. And the last was the AP of Culture. Initially, this started as a position that was being recommended as a dean. We had conversation through our general counsel with CAS leadership, and ultimately came through to, if this position was going to be recommended, it was likely best that it's recommended as an AP, assistant principal, and so that's how the position became recommended as an assistant principal, because of the closeness and the alignment of the type of work that was being done, and that was something that allowed us to move forward. And I think that is the last one. Those are in the appendix, and so I will stop there.
Thank you, Superintendent. I'll invite board members to share comments or questions in just a moment, but I was hoping I could ask, just as I asked at the transportation section, what's helpful from the board tonight is what are you looking most for from us on this?
I think we're looking for, one, feedback, but two, information around board support or lack thereof, because if we know that, then we're able to really start to move forward to try to bring closure to one end, so that we can also go back and rework to know what we need to do differently. So if we could get anything in terms of what the board is looking to recommend, or what the board is looking to support, or any of that, that would be most helpful to us.
Thank you, Superintendent. Is there a board member who would like to go first?
Anybody ever wants to go first?
Dr. Moffitt.
I'll go, just because I have to apologize. I've got a grimace on my face because a little bit of pain, but thank you, Ms. Phyllis, for the meds. I think this is definitely a little bit more clarity, so thank you for offering that. One of the big things that stands out to me is that on slide number 9, it says finalize non-personnel budgets. And it's just a little concerning to me because according to our board policy, LSDMC's approve the budgets. It doesn't say the non-personnel budget. It's supposed to be the budget in its entirety. And so I did pull that up if we need just a little bit more clarity on that. but it does very clearly state that the budget is to be, it says number 11, approve any proposed school budget and seek additional resources as needed. It also does talk about any programmatic changes to the school that are supposed to be approved by the LSDMC as well. So I want to make sure that, and I think I asked this in finance, to ensure that LSDMCs are getting the entire budget, not just supplies, because some LSDMC chairs have reached out and they're not getting the entire budget. They're asked to approve a portion of it, and according to the policy, they are correct. They should have the whole. The other big thing, another thing is that what I heard, and maybe I could be incorrect, but what I heard some of the counselors and the social workers say that their greatest need was for clerical support staff to support them rather than additional people and the reorganization. So I wanted to make sure that I heard that correctly, because when you mentioned that the school counselors and the school social workers, the positions were to add for some more support, what I heard them say is that they wanted clerical staff. And so to kind of take some of that weight off. So, but I could be wrong. I just want to make sure that I'm hearing that correctly. On slide number 18, we talked about, there was discussion around the ESSER funded reductions. And I would like a little bit more clarity as to why we do have one more year with the ESSER. And I know that we have to use the money by a specific time, but I'm a little taken aback, and I want to understand why we are rushing to reduce the ESSER funded positions when we have some ESSER funded money that could be used at least for one semester to support our staff and our students. And then my last point is, and this is the point of clarification, I don't know, but I thought I understood that Montessori schools in general were to have extra paras, regardless of being high school or elementary. So if that's the case, they shouldn't be reduced at the high school level. Is that correct?
Do you want to answer? I think I'll go to the treasurer first.
Okay.
Because that came up as a part of
I don't know if I remember every question, but the one question about the non-personnel is we give them a non-personnel per pupil allocation. So it's a dollar value times the number of students in their building. They decide how to spend the money. In addition to, there's some line items that we preload for them, like the copy clicks and the daily subs and home instruction dollars that are outside of their per pupil budget. So it's not, they get a set amount and then they figure out how to allocate it out and send it back.
Okay, well then let me clarify. What I was shown was for approval by LSDMC was just supplies. And it was like an ILT supply list. It didn't have anything about staffing. It didn't have anything about a per pupil budget. What it had was what they had before and what the proposed was. And the proposed was significantly different. So it was like we had $30,000 here, and this is a title school. We had $30,000 here. We're proposing that you get 9. And it was like they didn't have any staffing. It didn't have anything. So I don't know if more training needs to be done to LSDMC. I don't know, but
we'd be happy to reach out to that school to help them understand what the process should be. So if you want to share that later.
I don't feel comfortable doing that. I want to make certain that it's across the board, and I'm happy to speak offline, but I kind of want to make sure that what's being done is consistent across all of our schools rather than to highlight 1 or 2 schools and then, have some potential problems. What they asked for was clarification on if they were to be receiving full budgets or just supplies. And I thought that they were to receive, based on our policy, full budgets. So that's really my question.
Okay. So the intent is for them to see their budgets, yes.
Okay. So then can we ensure that happens? That they all get understanding that it does include per pupil funding, et cetera, because they didn't have that. And then my next question was regarding the counselors and the social workers and the staffing support.
I actually heard the same. And so in terms of hearing the feedback tonight, I did hear the same. So I do think it's important to go back and to follow up with CFT and with CFOP around those particular roles, because if that's where we believe, at least in this first year, and I'm saying first year as in first year of implementation, trying to get to where we're going with our goals. If we feel like that's what's important, then we want to make sure that we're responsive to that as well.
Okay. And then with regard to the ESSER funded reductions?
Yeah, I would not say the word that we're rushing to reduce. Back in August of 21, the board adopted a 3-year ESSER plan that showed planned reductions because the board was insistent that we didn't wait to the end of the plan and then suddenly come up with this humongous cliff. So they wanted to know how we're going to reduce to meet that cliff at the end. And so we showed a phased down approach to most line items, some of which the general fund's going to have to pick up. And I sound like a broken record. The contract with the nurses, right, that wasn't phased down. So at the end of the year, or at the end of next year, we're going to have to decide, are we going to absorb $7 million of nursing services into the budget? No judgment or criticism. It's just, that's the fact.
Sure.
Okay. So I wouldn't say rushing. We felt because COVID was slowing down that we wouldn't need as many of those super subs as we went forward. Remember, the first year of COVID, we added health and safety paras, $4 million worth of them, and then a year later we took them out because we didn't need them anymore for social distancing rules, temperatures, hall monitors, all that kind of stuff. So that was a very well thought out plan. Some of you remember we presented a budget, like 27 different versions of the budget during COVID. And so I would take exception to rushing to the reduction.
Well, I'm speaking on page 18 or slide 18. Specifically, it wasn't about the subs. It was about the school community coordinators, assistant school community coordinators, career tech coordinators, and primary reading specialists that were ESSER funded that are being proposed for reductions. So I understand, that was several years ago. I was just wondering why we had to reduce those specifically when we see that the need is, we have the money, or we have some monies available from ESSER funding, and we see that the need is there. And then the last question was regarding Montessori paras. And I thought that Montessori schools automatically got an extra para in their room, regardless of high school or elementary.
So the base formula for Montessori specifically speaks to elementary schools. There's no formula in the collective bargaining agreement around high schools. That's not saying it shouldn't be done. It's just there was no formula for the base staffing. To answer your question about the ESSER, those are the same positions the superintendent referred to earlier about the previous superintendent removed the school community coordinators and we put them in the ESSER so we could hold on to them for another year while they figured out how to repurpose some of those jobs. Some of the school community coordinators that were acting as athletic directors, we put more money into the athletic director budget so that we would be consistent across the district on how we did athletic director roles. Some that were duplicating the resource coordinator role was put in this ESSER fund for 1 year and then eliminated. And some of the other ones, I don't remember the specifics of them, but they were roles that were being duplicated or didn't have a standardized role.
And then my last question, and I promise this is my last one. I'm with the change in slides, because these were different slides from, there were fewer slides, or there were some differences from the finance meeting. I want to understand, is it that now we're going to not eliminate those positions? Because I was a little confused on some people who were in some of these positions that have applied for positions that don't have a position now. So and I know I said this in finance, can we explain it like I'm 3, but I'm going to go back to that because I am very still confused if some people do not have jobs that were doing very similar roles.
So 2 things. One, the slides that are different are the slides the slides that are added are the slides in the appendix, where you made the request to know like how we
decided which school would get an attendance specialist or graduation specialist or whichever one. So we added those slides to give the breakdown for that data. So those were the only ones that were changed. In terms of the recommendations right now, the recommendations have not changed from before. So that's why we're kind of having the discussion now, so we know which direction to move forward with. If it is recommended that we are keeping the school coordinator positions or any of those other positions that we are recommending that we continue what was decided last year, then there really does need to be a lot of work around them in terms of standardization. Because right now, the roles, as I shared earlier, are not standard. And so you have a school community coordinator in a school that may be serving as a dean. Well, we don't have a position for a dean, but that's the capacity that that person is serving in. You have a school community coordinator that's serving as a college and career director, but we don't have that position in the district, but that's the role that that position is serving in. And so we have it. And it's like that throughout the school. So if you talk to schools to see what those positions are doing, it's literally kind of all over the place in terms of what those positions are doing, which then also leads us to a level of vulnerability because there is not a standardization with the position. So if there's a recommendation that we do something different with those, then we're going to need to discuss then what that looks like, because the roles that they're in as a school community coordinator, which essentially most were athletic directors that we no longer have, or they were resource coordinators doing the role of a resource coordinator that we also now outsource to someone else, but those positions are still there. So when the previous administration found out that that was still the case, that's when the recommendation was made that we don't need to keep these positions because they're doing a duplication of services.
Thank you, Dr. Moffitt. Other board members' questions? We'll go Mrs. Weinberg, followed by Board Member Jones.
I'll be really quick with my question. Superintendent, as you presented this information for the different budgets, I know we've been hearing tonight from various schools, such as Walnut and Fairview, regarding their positions. My first question would be, when will you be getting back with those particular schools regarding that? And second, I didn't really see anything in the budget about Schedule E. Is there anything that you want to say about Schedule E?
So I'll start with Schedule E. Schedule E is a part of the district budget, not a part of school budget, so we wouldn't be having that conversation right now. In terms of the concerns that were raised, Fairview's concern was raised earlier, and the concerns that were raised with Walnut, I think that addressing what those areas were, 4 of the school coordinator positions right now that we're talking about are at Walnut, and all of them do a different position. So there are different titles that they use for those positions at the schools. So we have met with Principal Chambers, and for him, you know, the positions, he did that to try to meet a need at the school, but the position that they're in, and I could pull it up to tell you the names of what they call them at the school, there could be some certification kind of issues that go along with that. They're right now under the umbrella of one thing, but what they're doing is something different. So we have to do some alignment there. And that's really one of their major concerns around the positions. But those positions are really school community coordinator positions. That's their actual job in terms of the district. But they've given them different titles, so we do need to look at how we address that. The other things that they brought up tonight, actually, I think are probably more responsive to some of the information that's in policy, because some of the concerns that they raised tonight were around the change in entry criteria into Walnut, which we've not changed that criteria. The board has only had the conversation around the data, but ultimately, if there is a change, the board would be making the decision on whether or not we're looking at a change. There has not been a change to the exit criteria for Walnut. And so
those are two of the main areas that have been brought up. There were some concerns that they raised around summer school, or summer scholars, which we've talked about before. They have several programs that they offer during the summer at Walnut, as do many of our schools. And so we will be clarifying for principals on Thursday that the programs that are at the schools where individuals use the school buildings, they would still need to go through some form of community use. Walnut's programs start, I think, in May and end like the August the 3rd, I believe is the date. But it includes a variety of things, including classes that have class of 1970, class of 1980, that have events at the school or meetings at the school as well. So they would just need to do community use information for that. So I don't know how that particularly rolled out that way, but we'll provide clarification for schools around that. Yes, thank you. I actually was going to ask that a little bit later on about use of schools, so you read my mind. And going back to the Schedule E, when did you say that we would discuss that? Yeah, so Schedule E because Schedule E comes out of district athletics, Schedule E is a part of the district conversation in terms of district budgets. And when we made the decision to pause, we were not moving forward with district budgets. So we wouldn't discuss Schedule E or recommendations or recommended changes for Schedule E until we get to the district budget. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you, Mrs. Weinberg. Ms. Jones.
Okay, thank you. It's late and my brain is foggy, but I'm going to do my best to try to ask these questions. I really appreciate this presentation because it really clarified some things for me. I'm going to start with a few very simple basic questions, and then I'll comment on that. One is, Treasurer Wagner, thank you for clarifying around the balance, the $565 million, because I also had that question, so that was helpful. And I certainly understand the ESSER funding, and because we've been talking about that for years, and I feel like we were well prepared and versed about what that meant. What I haven't heard about are the cliff. You know, we talked about that cliff. Can you kind of tie that to this, where we are? I mean, you understand what I'm saying? We kept talking about we're going to hit that cliff and we need to do some things. And I think that might be helpful for the public to hear, because some of these cuts, I believe, probably are those that fell into that category of cliff funding.
So, excuse me, before the board would adopt the ESSER budget, the $328 million ESSER budget, insisted on having a plan on how we were going to address those expenses when the money ran out in September 30, 2024. So there were positions in there. Some were the super subs. We had $4 or $5 million in extra staff that we were funding, not extra staff, it was funding to hold on to the staff we had, because everybody around us was laying people off and closing their doors. And we decided to hold on to the staff because we didn't want to lay them off and then turn around and have to rehire everybody in a short period of time when our enrollment rebounded. So there were positions that the health and safety paras we put in the ESSER budget. We put a ton of COVID-related expenses. You're taxing my memory here on the details, but suffice it to say that we put some things in ESSER to help maintain services for our students during COVID, and at the same time that our revenue was being cut because of COVID, right? So, but we knew we couldn't sustain. I called it the cliff, because you saw $320 million and then suddenly it's gone right after you spend it. So in December, I gave the board an update on where we stood with the ESSER funds. I believe this year's budget is $103 million, which would leave about $84 million for next year, for the final year. 11 million of that, or now 13 million of that, is already targeted towards facility projects. So we just have less money available. We can't sustain the same amount of spending. So we're going through line item by line item in the ESSER because, we thought we would need something for 3 years, but we don't. And so the original 3-year plan showed a phase down of those positions and the elimination of those positions. And we had a plan for what was going to hit, like summer school, for example, summer scholars. The plan was to go back to the Title I version of summer school, which only Title I schools would participate in, except for there was $1 million a year spent on high school summer school from the general fund. So the plan at the end of the cliff was for all that to go back to the old way of doing things or something new, but we knew we couldn't sustain $15 million of summer scholars every year.
Okay, and I asked you to explain that because we've been talking about that ever since COVID. I mean, so it wasn't new. I just think sometimes it's helpful to refresh kind of where our thinking was and what our decision was at that time. My next question is about, and I know if it's not appropriate for tonight's conversation, I'll be glad to hold on to it, but it's around the process for looking at how we fund our partnerships. And my specific question around that is, are we looking at, and we were provided information on that process some time ago, what that process would look like. I have a concern, and it's more of a concern, I don't even think I can formulate it into a question right now about where does that leave some of our Vision 2020, My Tomorrow initiatives? And, are we measuring, are we looking at the bigger impact, the greater impact, how they have impacted schools before as part of deciding whether or not to cut some of those dollars? Does that make sense?
It does. So we have reviewed 884, all of our contracts that we have with the district right now. From those 884 contracts, there have been about a little over 127, I believe is the number, that prior to the pause, we were looking to move forward to discontinue the contracts. But once we got to the pause, we've not done anything else. So because some of the contracts, if you will, would be contracts that we're funding that would be in alignment with some of the positions that we've recommended. So the thought process was, instead of continuing with that contract, we will change the strategy and take the position or what the positions are or the work in-house so that we're hiring the staff versus doing it through contracts. So there have been no major, we've not done notification. We've talked about this. I know we've talked about it quite a bit in finance as well, but we've not done the notification because we do want to make sure that when we move forward with sharing that with the providers, that the board is aware already of who those individuals are and why those recommendations are being made. If there are positions that are being recommended that are not going to be funded, then I think that leaves some conversation around whether or not schools then continue contracts with those organizations that are doing some of the same work that we've recommended that we bring the position in-house for. I will also add to the ESSER conversation, while there are some positions that we are looking to continue for next year, the way that we are thinking about it is trying to do as much as we can to maximize ESSER in this last 1 year money spend, so that we're really trying to focus on anything that would be that one-time monies that we're able to use then, so that we then are chipping away, so to speak, at the cliff. So this year, if we move those positions that are in ESSER, that means that's a group that we don't have to worry about moving out of ESSER next year, even if we find other positions in the district for the actual individuals. And then really focus on next year, the remainder of the year, really trying to do things that are one time, like bringing the vans, for example, or like our own small fleet, like some of the building projects that we need to get done that we can only get done with that one-time money that we won't have money after this year to use. So that was just the other thought process behind some of it as well.
Great. So a couple other comments. One is there's something that kind of disturbs me about how all the changes shake out around the career pathways and the emphasis that we have worked for several years to kind of build that mantra about the importance of careers for kids who may not want to go to college. And I haven't seen it. It doesn't say in here that we're getting rid of it, but it seems to be kind of blended in with stuff with roles and things, and it's not being emphasized as much. And I could be wrong. And it doesn't appear to be emphasized as much as before. And so that's just, I have concerns about that. And I would like to see that strengthened. And maybe that's in, as some of these roles pan out, it could be that they're absorbed. I know it's in here that it's absorbed in that, but I don't want it to be minimized because it is such an important aspect as we heard tonight. So just wanted to make a comment about that.
Definitely agree with you, 100%. We have completed a career and technical education audit specifically, much like we did with the program audit that we'll be sharing with the board soon. We're meeting with the rest of the team on it one day this week. But it looks at those different tracks that we have. One of the things that I shared earlier tonight, and it's really important, while we need to have those career opportunities for the students available, we also want to make certain that we are increasing as many certifications as we can get for them as well. So the district has done a great job with organizing the careers, having every one of the strands, having those pathways available for students. I think that a next step with that is making sure that all of our students know the pathways, they know where they are, they know which schools they're going to for the pathway. They are becoming a program completer by going through the courses and actually getting the certification at the end. That's on one end. And then on the next end of that is continuing to work with the city of Cincinnati to make sure that as we are looking at the jobs or the certifications that we're turning out for the students, it's also certifications that are needed in our community because we want to make certain that we're keeping as many of our students in the community as possible. So it is definitely top of mind and a part of everything that we think about in terms of process.
Thank you. I think I'm done. I'm done.
You sure?
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you, Member Jones. Yeah. Other board members we've not heard from yet. Ms. Bolton.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it tonight, and I appreciate the opportunity for the pause and making use of it. Thanks. Some of this is going to sound like information requests, and I don't mean it to, but it's what it's going to sound like. First, I'm really supportive of the standardization on some of these positions because I know that we do, as any school needs it, they kind of create something to fill that need. But it really makes everything quite confusing because I just thought in a redundancy thing, if the community coordinators, if you already had a resource coordinator, why do you need a community coordinator? But they serve such different purposes that there's not that redundancy, maybe like you would find with the nurses versus if you've got a school-based health center. I mean, that I think is redundant, and maybe that's where you start to make some cuts. Jen, thanks for doing that about the budget. I am still a believer of 13.7 or not million. I'm still a believer in the lower number within the span of the formula because I think the formulas might be somewhat dated and certainly I think it's something to think about, and 13.7 million sounds like a lot, and it is. And the worst part about it would be perhaps that negative impact on paras, but I still think I want as many teachers and, teachers of record and we can possibly get for our kids. A list, and here's, I think, a dialogue that's still out there is still that Title I, from a standpoint of the list of Title I schools versus having a list of the percentage of the kids that would be qualifying in each of our schools. And maybe that won't happen until June when I don't know how that worked, but that would really help us. We've not really seen that for a few years, and I think that could be helpful. And that's part of the dialogue. Just Title I, and then a list too of the, I think, para positions that are actually filled, versus the vacancies. That would help me do that, figure that out a little bit. We've been increasing administrative positions, not just in this last year, but we've been doing it pretty consistently and noticeably since the departure of Superintendent Ronan. And so I have a hesitancy about adding very many more administrative positions generally, and it's not a reflection of this year, but it's a reflection of that's been a trend that's been happening, and I've been worried about that. So I'm hesitant about those. I do think, and even though we've had like almost 90% correct estimate on student projections over the last many years, I still think that the current student projection of just being flat is wrong. And that's just thinking in terms of we've seen the steady growth, but if you agree, if you believe that, then everything kind of falls into worry level. But I have that concern. And following up on Guardrail 6, I'm glad we're having this pause from a standpoint of looking at what the schools are doing. I don't really want to spend any ESSER money on any personnel. I really don't, because we have to absorb it later, and I want to spend it on things that we don't have the money ever again for. To your point, maybe about property, about whether it's transportation, and maybe Jen, you can tell me what does the way you can spend ESSER real quick is, and you put this out for us. One of them is achieving physical distancing. We need that for preschool, and we need that in our high schools.
Physical distancing was part of ESSER 1 and 2. ESSER 3 is more about recovering learning loss.
Right, and I understand that. But on the list, would they let us pass on this business continuity or on the distancing thing? I mean, what is that's just a question. You'll have to answer it now. But on ESSER 3, is it so much more restrictive, or do we still have any other left over from 2? I know we don't. I'm pretty sure we have nothing for 2.
ESSER 2 is done. So repeat your question so I make sure I clearly understand it.
Yeah, what on ESSER 3, which is the money we have to spend now, and I really don't want to spend it on personnel because I don't want to have a bond issue any earlier than we're going to have to in this 5-year forecast. So for preschool and for high schools, some sort of facility piece, what are we allowed to spend ESSER 3 on? I know you said it's mostly learning loss.
And in response to COVID. So it's pretty broad.
Okay. If we can look into that as to, we know there's perhaps some property we might want to buy, and there's other things that we might want to be able to do. So I would just be interested in that. And I'm very much supportive of the counselors and social workers, and because we've been spending time. I can remember when we only had counselors at maybe 3 of our schools. And so there's been this consistent, rightful whatever. And I think the community kind of expects it, and all the young people that came in about SROs, we kept telling them, well, we're adding and we're adding. So I think we have to do that. Also, even the equation about PAM is of interest to me about expanding that. I'm supportive of what the President Sellers said about that ROTC program, because you can't make just one staff cut and then the program's going to be largely, because that's been an important board goal for almost 7 years or maybe longer, even dating back to member Nelms. But the ESSER thing, I think we could do some work there if we could spend the money there. And how about, why don't we, on this great chart where he's minus B to C and down a little bit like calculus, but why don't we just hire this number of folks at the end, at the last column? Okay?
Yeah.
And how can we possibly do that sooner than maybe following 2 years from now? What about like this year, coming year?
So the recommendations that are on that chart that you're looking at, that's the number of positions that we would need in those areas based on this upcoming school year. So it takes into consideration the vacancies that we have this year and the projected increases that we would have for next year if there are increases.
So our goal is that last column.
Correct.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And for this hopefully coming year.
Hopefully,
Okay.
if it's right, it would be for this year.
One last thing then, since you all have taken care of vans and stuff for me, and I had a happy-go-lucky transportation presentation today that made me pleased. But one last thing, I've heard that we're expanding administrators at the elementary level based upon, are we changing that equation?
We did. We shared that in on our work session on the Saturday, and so we the recommendation had been previously that a school received an administrator once they got to 550 students, and so our recommendation this year actually took that number to 350 students versus 550 students, so that there was some additional support in schools for the work that's happening in school buildings as well. So that's where that recommendation was from.
My concern there, again, it's this continuing trend about administration. And then for the transformation, thank you for targeting high schools, my great love. But I have reservations about for next year doing any more than the culture community AP. Because I think that's our most important need, is the whole discipline piece and the restorative justice. And I think we can put the others off from a standpoint if we do have people in place and if we are doing this hiring that's in this final column. So that's what I just like. And there's plenty of good stuff to keep talking about. And again, appreciate the use of the pause to get the feedback. And I look forward to what the union leadership is going to be sharing with you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Bolton. We've not heard from Mr. Moraski or Mr. Craig. And if you don't have anything, that's fine. I can go last. Mr. Moraski, anything you want to share? Nope. Okay, and Mr. Craig, you're good?
Just three quick things here. So first is that I want to, again, I feel like I'm becoming closer to Board Member Bolton, even though I'm in DC here. But I want to also just reiterate the thanks to Jen for really explaining and walking through how we got to some of these numbers, and especially how we look at using these ESSER funds and using these other things that we have an obligation to be good fiscal stewards of these dollars for. I also want to just point out that we have struggled to get even the number of folks that we allocated for last year in our schools. And so I think one of the challenges we're going to have as a district continuously, and it's a challenge every district seems to be having, is how do we meet those allocation needs? How do we get enough folks to meet all those positions that we're trying to hire for? So, I mean, I think there is some reality that we also have to be ready to say that we didn't have a full assortment of teachers in every classroom as we were trying to have this year. How do we do more teachers in those rooms next year? And how do we do more of some of those other positions? But then the third point, and then I will be quiet, is that I do think one of the other things that we want to make sure we're thinking about as we look into supporting those counselors and those folks, because I do kind of agree with Board Member Dr. Moffitt there, that they do want support. They do want something to assist them, whether it's administratively or something in that role. How do we do that conversation in a way that also recognizes that those positions are still also something that's going to be very difficult to hire, depending on what they look like? And so if that position becomes something of more of like a administrative secretary or something to that role, that may make it more easy or may make it more difficult. And so just paying attention to how each of those things that we might change would affect who might be considering for that position and who might be willing to take on that work. Because at the end of the day, we want to make sure the students that are in our schools get support, but we also make sure the students that we can touch out to and get them back in our schools or find out what's going on, that they're being communicated with and worked with also.
Thank you, Mr. Craig. I will share just a couple of quick questions. Mr. Craig, did you want a response on any of those from the superintendent?
No, I mean, if she wants to respond, she can, but I didn't really have any. I want to give a couple thoughts.
I can. I think that in to Board Member Moffitt's question earlier or comment earlier, that is what I heard as well from the attendance clerks that work, and I'm not calling it the right name, but that's what they do, that work with the social workers. So I think routing back in terms of what that role looks like. I don't know that it's a change in role, Board Member Craig. There's already a role there, so that may be maybe some level of increase if right now they work between a cadre of schools. So maybe that's the answer for that, so that those positions are held harmless as a part of this budget. But I heard that as well. And so if that's the recommendation, instead of moving forward with any additional support around attendance, I'm supportive of that. I think that we would need to look at really making sure that we drill in a bit to what that additional attendance work looks like, if that's an area that we really believe that we should focus on this year. And I do think it's something that we do think that we should focus on this year, based on the feedback that I've received from the board. So maybe not a new position, i.e. one of these positions, or even a new social worker position for that. It's hiring the social workers that are already on the chart that are being proposed, and then working with the clerical staff to really make sure that their work with the social workers will then allow us to begin some of that additional focus even around cohort individuals, because some of it is also being able to go out literally to homes and try to find students as well. And so I'm trying to offer some support for that. So I think that that's something that we could think creatively about how we attempt to do that if we're not moving forward with that role.
Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Mr. Craig. I think folks have covered most of mine. I'll be very quick. I wanted to just check a number. The chronic absenteeism figure was 80%?
That's correct. For those schools, yes.
For those high schools, 80% chronic absenteeism.
Yes.
I thought for a minute I had read that incorrectly. I'd seen our district-wide number, but for those high schools, 80% chronic absenteeism. That's correct. So I'll just share, I think I would defer to people who know more about this than I do about how we take that on. But that'd be one of the most important things we take on. It's reflected in our guardrails. It's a striking number. And I would hope to support a budget that has some strategy that takes that on, that would make a difference. Two last questions. I'm trying to run my questions through the lens of the goals and guardrails we adopted in December. Is there evidence that this emerging budget is taking those on as vigorously as we can? And so that led me to have two questions. One was around the reading specialists, and why not require them in earlier grades? I saw the piece about third grade or above. So I had a question about that. And then my other one was, and I think Member Jones may have asked this, a similar question, but the career coordinator positions, when we have a goal around that reflects the vision of the community around post-secondary options that are broader than college. And I just want to share that I think college or a meaningful career, we want kids to have choices. And so could you just speak to that just for a little bit?
Sure. So I'll do the reading specialist one first and then come back to the college and career. So the recommendation for reading specialists honestly is twofold. The first is the reading, in terms of the removal of the third grade reading specialists that were in ESSER, there were 45 of those positions that were in ESSER. In moving into recommendations through Title I, because that's how those positions are funded, there was the recommendation that we fund at third grade and higher, because that's where the third grade guarantee starts for the students. So what many of the schools do is, even with the K2 reading specialists they had, they actually identify students across the school that need additional support and assign them to those students in terms of small group for the additional support. So it was really looking at the percentages of students that were not proficient at third grade or higher, which is where that actual number came from, for them then being able to hire an additional reading specialist. So that was one. The recommendation to move the earlier, the younger reading specialists, really a part of that is, and I said this earlier, but I want to make certain that I say this the right way. So we have students that are in need, that are receiving additional support, an additional level of support, while at the same time, we have classrooms that don't have a teacher in them. So the focus is to start by trying to stabilize Tier 1, and we do that by putting a teacher in the classroom, and then the additional specialists become support. I think the third piece with that is really how we look at the instructional delivery model, because and I know we talked about this a little bit in Cal, so I won't revisit it tonight, but the instructional delivery model that does allow for small groups. Elementary teachers have been doing that for years. Best practices are called best practices because wonderful teachers have been doing it for a long time, but that is a best practice, and a classroom is looking at that instructional delivery model as well. So that's really the kind of the three-pronged approach to thinking about, where we're looking at the additional support.
Thank you. And the career coordinator was the last one?
Career. So the career coordinator, that recommendation came from what would have been the absorption of the career coordinator into the grad specialist role, so that they would have focused simultaneously on building the career support for students, helping to build the career plans for students, helping to make certain that students had their seals that they needed for careers for graduation, while they were also working on just the support of the cohorts, the students that were not on target specifically in the cohorts for graduation. So that's where the change came from in thinking about what that role would be. If we're not going to have that particular role, then I do think it leads us to thinking about whether or not we leave the other position, because I don't think career coordinators were funded in ESSER. No, I don't think. Okay, so the career coordinators are funded in ESSER, so that would be a conversation, to have in terms of that.
That's great. Thank you very much. Any other last questions from board members? I think as we move out of this section, I want to thank everybody for the presentation from the administration, the questions and engagement from board members, particularly given the hour. I just want to check before we keep going. Did the superintendent and the treasurer get from the board what you needed from us tonight? Is there anything we did not provide that you were looking for?
So I think that and I want to give the names of those 4 positions very quickly. Board member Weinberg we talked about with the school community coordinators, but the 4 positions that are at Walnut are a computer tech, a library assistant, a test coordinator, and a college info director.
So those were the 4 positions that were assigned there, but they're all school community coordinators. This is just the names that they call them at the school, and I didn't have that to share a few minutes ago. Thank you for the team member that sent it. So I think what we need in terms of recommendations moving forward would be direction. So I think I hear some direction, but I want to know what the board is in support of and what they're not in support of. So that way we know how to go back, how to take the strategy back, how to rework the strategy, how to work with the team, how to meet with the team members that we need to meet with, how to meet with the union personnel that we need to meet with, around anything else that we need to do in terms of that. So the first would be positions that are currently funded in ESSER that are on the chart. So are we in support of moving forward with not maintaining those positions, or is it the board's desire that we maintain some of the positions or just some level of direction for that so that we know how to operate around there?
Can you point us to which chart?
Sure. So if you'll go back to the funded positions. Yes. Slide 18. Slide 18.
Slide 18.
Yes. Right there. So when we look at, the addition, if we've heard that, no, if the board is not in support of, so there are 2 different things. So the positions that were identified as specialist position for additions were to be funded out of Title I. So they were not coming out of ESSER. So I think the first is whether or not we're in support of these new roles. And if we're not in support of the new roles, then we know that we would move forward in terms of looking at what those roles are. The AP of Culture and Community currently for this year for the Title I high schools is recommended to be funded out of ESSER. So I think that we would need direction there. In terms of the other ESSER funded positions, they are identified on the chart under reductions. And so we would need some direction really in those, for those five things.
And so the updated recommendation based on the discussion so far, it's entirely possible I have this wrong, but it was that the culture and community position would stay. The graduation specialist might hold. The attendance specialist?
Right. So we talked about, from what I think I heard from feedback kind of collectively, is that the graduation and attendance specialists, we will hold on those positions. Or if they're added, they would be added as a counselor or a social worker.
Yeah.
But I would want to know what direction to provide there, because that direction needs to be given to schools, and those are Title I positions. So if the desire is to increase the counselors and to increase the social workers for those roles, then we would increase them. We would look to increase them for this year to provide that support for those Title I schools. And this is from Title I. This is not recommended from general fund. Look to increase them for this year.
Members will go Dr. Moffitt, and then Mr. Moraski, then Mrs. Weinberg.
So what's the cost for no graduation specialist, no attendance specialist, but Title I money for or AP, the culture and community?
So that's ESSER. That's the only one from ESSER. So not for graduation or attendance. And I think we did it at an estimate, but our treasurer pull it up.
I think that was
Dr. Moffitt. While we pull that up, is it okay if we go to Mr. Moraski? Mr. Moraski.
So to answer the question directly, I think yes, hold and add the guidance counselors and social workers. And regarding the reductions, continue my opinion. I vividly remember being one of the people saying, we got to have a plan for the cliff. I'm sure Jen remembers that too. And this was the plan, so I'm not changing my mind from 3 years ago.
Thank you, Mr. Moraski. Mrs. Weinberg?
I'm going to go and piggyback onto Board Member Moraski, but my quick question was, for those 2 particular roles, it's a little late, and my mind is a little foggy, but I wanted to make sure, did you say that you would be in conversation again with CFT regarding those 2 in terms of a job description? I thought I heard something about.
Well, based on the
that.
conversation, it depends on what we're discussing tonight, because based on the conversation, it seems that we were leaning toward keeping those positions, but adding them as a guidance counselor and a school social worker. I do want to add, though, because this was the one that Board Member Moffitt referenced as well, was the attendance clerk. So I think in terms of having some discussion, the school would likely need to decide whether they're going to do an additional social worker or if they're going to do an attendance clerk to give them an opportunity to do the additional support, if that is what the board is recommending.
But I just wanted to follow up. Did I hear something about making sure that we had an adequate job description? Were we talking about these positions?
You did earlier, but when you heard that, it was about the concern. So I am concerned about being able to hire enough additional school counselors and school social workers, which was one of the reasons for thinking about the position a different way. And so at that point, the conversation was, if we first try to hire those, but if we cannot, if we then work in alignment with CFT, because those other two positions are in their union, if we work in conjunction with CFT to identify an additional role that may not be the same as the school social worker or the guidance counselor, but can still support that work and actually have a person that's in the position. So it's kind of the same thing that Board Member Craig was referencing as well, because there is a shortage. And so we've carried a shortage this year in both school counselors and in social workers. And so, to do the adding, if we can't, I think we do want to have a plan such that if we cannot fill the positions, and we know that we want to go that direction with the support this year, then we look at something different for those roles, and we can address that at that time.
Thank you very much. Back to Dr. Moffitt.
I don't know if we have my number, but I do want to clarify. Are the attendance specialists, are we keeping those positions? Because those are CPOP, not CFT, right?
So the attendance specialists that are currently in the Title I budget totals $1.2 million. You cannot convert them to clerical people using title dollars because we already have 15 attendance clerks in the general fund, and that would create a supplant. You'd have to restructure the job to be something different, supplemental to what's already happening, to use title dollars. Does that make sense?
And the attendance specialist would be in the title schools, right?
Correct.
So we can't just convert them over. We would have to.
So Superintendent Wright said the school could choose whether they wanted a counselor, a school social worker, or a clerk. They can't use Title I to do an attendance clerk because we're already funding those out of general fund.
And those are recommended.
Well, they're centrally budgeted, so we haven't identified those yet.
Say that again.
The attendance clerks, there's 15 budgeted, 10 filled, because every time they fill a position, they get trained, they get promoted to go serve in a school somewhere. So they're having trouble keeping the 15 attendance clerks that they want. But they are centrally budgeted under the positive school culture budget, so we haven't addressed those positions yet. So they're still sitting in the budget as far as I know.
There was conversation though with these, if we recall, there was conversation with these 15 last year at the beginning of the year around whether or not those positions would be continued because of what our treasurer just shared. So I do think that if we are looking at the positions, we may want to have additional conversation with CPOP around the position because it is very difficult from what the team shared during my transition last year to keep individuals in the roles because it's an entry-level role for them, and then it becomes training for them as well. So that's something for us to look at. Currently, it's in the general fund, it's in the district budget,
in the general fund. So that's not one that we have begun discussing yet, but that is one that last year there was the conversation about those not continuing. So I think that's why it's coming up now.
Thank you. Ms. Bolden.
Yeah, I would suggest certainly if we do beyond the community and the culture, yes, we wanted to be social workers or counselors, but also I don't feel compelled to fill all of those positions from the standpoint of how much money it actually, because we're not talking about one, we're talking about 8, or we're talking about 10. So it starts to, those numbers start to be up there. So, I mean, I could see where we would want to fund as many as we could or find as many as we could hire, but I also don't feel compelled to get everything filled because you're going to have to start having some savings somewhere or some I shouldn't say savings, not spending some stuff as we project as well. So I think there's room as we phase these things in, but I would like the culture and community ones to be in every building as an AP.
Did we get a cost?
Thank you, Ms. Bolden. Dr. Moffitt, did you have another question?
Asking, did we get the number?
Oh, gotcha. Yep.
So which costs are you looking at?
The culture and community.
Oh. You remember how many were there? There was 14 of them, right?
Mm-hmm. While we're working on that, I'm balancing two things, team. One is I recognize people are tired, and I want to make sure we don't have a meeting till the 10th of April, which is several weeks from now. And so I want to make sure we're getting clarity for a path forward. I think we've done well here. Superintendent, did you any?
Yeah, so I think the other thing, while our treasurer is working on that part, the other thing is the recommendations that we have. If we are going to be asked to do something different in terms of the classroom cut projections that we're using, it would be beneficial for us to know that as well, because that everything else is kind of resting on that right now. And we know that we know the cost is an additional $13 million. To Board Member Craig's point, there is the same concern. I think my concern in terms of being able to fill positions when we went much of the year with over 100 unfilled positions. And so being able to fill all of the positions. So I would want some feedback, because my recommendation would be, if we're going that route, which is great, one, we can think about how we start now to begin to overhire. And so essentially that means we think about, one, let's start with the projected positions that we have currently, hire those positions, and then any additional positions that we can get in those areas, whether we need them or not, hire those positions as well, and begin to place them in schools, so that it would give us some level of cushion, if you will, when we start thinking about changing the formula and being prepared for the fall. So it's two things to discuss, but I do think we need some direction on that, because those 3 different items on the chart, it sounds like we're likely coming to some level of consensus on the ESSER funded positions and how, if we're going to continue to fund any out of ESSER. But the next is going to be how we do the cutoffs for the CBA for teachers, because that's really what everything else is kind of riding on.
Thank you, Superintendent. This is on slide 25. Do board members want to weigh in on, this is around where the budget sets the classroom size assumption? Member Bolden?
I do think it would be great to lower the number from max to whatever there's a comfort level for the administration. Probably no comfort level for the treasurer, but a comfort level for the administration in moving that. And I liked your solution of the overhire. I think that starts to make sense. Our kids we need teachers.
Thank you, Member Bolden. Any dissent on that point? I think that makes great sense to me, but I don't want to speak for anybody else.
Can I'll just throw a little thought out there, Ben.
Yeah, Mr. Craig.
I think it's fine for us to do that. I think we also have to be recognizing that we didn't fill the positions this year, and I don't know if we've ever filled all of the positions that we need as far as teaching purposes go, and that there's a shortage in teachers in general. So, I mean, I do think even if we do the over recruit effort, we have to be prepared to address what happens if we have smaller sizes and still not enough teachers in those rooms, because we're going to end up back with larger class sizes again anyway. So, I mean, it's fine for us to do that estimate and kind of work through that process, but also have the backup plan in place for what happens if we can't fill those positions.
Thank you, Board Member Craig. I think, we'll do the follow-up and having conversation dialogue with CFT. I do think that it would be a challenge for us at this point to redo all of the positions and give new allocations to schools based on that. I think what we could do, however, is do the numbers in terms of, doing it graduated as I shared, and then just beginning the overhire process such that we are preparing for projecting the need for more teachers while we're already beginning to hire the teachers. So I think that will also give us more information about, this time next year when we're having the same conversation, it will give us more information about, how effective that process was, if we were actually able to get the additional teachers and how we were able to place them. I've seen this done in the past, and it has caused some concern because generally when you do get the teachers, you're not getting them in the areas that you need them in because of the vacancies, but it allows us to at least have a target to start with. So if we know ultimately our target is to get to the min versus the max, then we begin to start chipping away at it. So I'm willing to have conversation and dialogue and work along with the CFT team to work through it and develop a plan for moving into it gradually versus saying that we stop everything and redo it for this year, knowing that we still have additional vacancies.
Thank you, Mr. Craig. Superintendent, one last question on this. Every fall, the TAC process is painful for everybody. It is painful for teachers who have to start over again. It is painful for kids and parents who are getting used to school and then everything changes. If we do go in a direction of lowering the class size assumption, do we make that phenomena worse? Do we make it better? Is it totally unchanged? I want to think downfield a little bit.
So it really depends on the scenario. So one of the things that we try to take into consideration right now before we get to the fall is schools that were close in terms of the projections. So if you were off by a student here or there, then we made the recommendation to leave that position there because we didn't want you to get to the fall and you increase by a number and then we're having to move the students around. Where it causes the challenges is where it is 4 or 5 students off or 6 or 7 students that are off, and there's not necessarily the way to anticipate that. So I think another reason that we're trying to be so firm on it now is because it's generally easier to add someone in a school environment than it is to take someone away, especially after the school year has already started. So if we think about it that way, it allows us to be just a little more prepared. So I think it's really not an either or. I think it's a both and. I think it's a challenge either way you look at it. But I do think we've attempted to be responsive to it. And we can take another look at any of the schools like Fairview that continues to come up in a concern. One of the overarching areas at Fairview is after a certain grade level, additional students don't come in because they have to be in the language. And so each year their enrollment has decreased. Now, some of that we know is that there has been a change in the way that students are assigned to the school because they're going through the lottery process versus the process that was happening before. But there has been a decline each year. So We work with the school this year. The principal feels very strongly that she'll be able to recruit additional students. However, the additional students that she would need to recruit won't be in those additional grade levels where there is already the challenge. So that's where the disconnect comes in. So we try to take a formula that is something that is really not formulaic and make it formulaic, and then go through an appeals process to make it as equitable as possible as you're looking at each individual school.
That's great. Thank you. So I think, are we on budget? Do you have your questions answered from the board? Do board members have any other questions for the superintendent?
So in terms of the pause, when do we discuss that again in terms of when we are able to look at these areas, meet with the teams, do any updates that we need to do around that, and then begin to continue with district level? Because we've not brought you a full picture yet, because we haven't started with the district level, and whatever we do at the school level, we know is going to impact what happens at the district level, because we have to, whatever the max is, we have to subtract what we've done at the school, and then the rest, what's left, is going to be left for the district. And so that's, we do need some information around that, or at least to know when we would get information so we'll know how to go forward.
Do board members have a perspective? Mr. Morosky.
I think this has been a good discussion. It feels like it has, at least to me, down here. I mean, are we prepared to tonight say, move ahead? I'll just throw it out there as a place to start, and then people can pick that apart, but I feel like that's the logical place to start the conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Morosky. Ms. Bolton?
Yeah, I'd like to, I don't know if we've answered all of the superintendent's questions or for direction. So, I mean, I would like to finish that out as to what she needs, and then say that if we can have a summary of what it is we at midnight decided, I think that would be helpful to see how that changes where they are. And then after we get to see that summary, obviously, I think they should begin to outline the central office district stuff, proceed in the planning.
Thank you, Ms. Bolton. Ms. Jones?
I think the challenge is I mean, if we don't meet anymore until April the 10th,
right?
Which is why I understand why she's asking for that direction. That's a long time. So I'm kind of where Mr. Morosky is. Like, I think we have enough to make a decision to move forward tonight. I do. I feel like that. Unless there's something that board members are totally not in agreement with or whatever, I think to move on it would be my choice.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. We've heard from Mr. Morosky, Ms. Jones, Ms. Bolton. Other board members want to share a perspective? So then, Dr. Moffitt.
I just think I need to understand what are we moving forward with. I hate to be like this, but I'm a little confused as to, like, what are we moving forward with just this part of it, and then we're going to central, or are we moving forward to removing the pause? Like, what are we moving forward?
It's a great question. Could I ask the superintendent to
Sure. So if you'll go back to the slide real quick, that may be the easiest way to move from. It'll also give some direction to my team that's still here sticking around with us. So if we go to, let's go to the bottom that show the questions from CFT, because that was a large part of the conversation here. If we talk about moving forward, what we would be moving forward, there it's at the bottom. You were just there. I'm sorry, I don't have the slide number in front of me. Keep right there. Okay. So so that we have this as a visual, to what we would be doing. For the class size, we would keep the class size as it is now. We would focus on working in partnership with CFT to begin the over-hiring process.
Superintendent, didn't we just talk about adjusting the class size?
We talked about not adjusting the class size collectively, that we would begin the over-hire process, because if we adjust the class size across the board, then it changes the projections for all of the schools, which will increase the number of teachers that are needed for the schools. Versus we can do that and do that in terms of this is ultimately where we're trying to go, so that if we're able to hire teachers for those schools, we can do that, but we would still need to over-hire in the other areas.
So we would lower the class size in line with how many teachers we were able to hire.
That's correct. How many teachers we were able to over-hire.
And we're not aiming to hit the max, aiming to hit the larger, I guess the better ratio.
Correct. So the ratios right now is at the max. So what I heard Board Member Bolton share is that we would recommend moving forward with the attempt of hiring additional teachers, and my suggestion is at a graduated rate. So that in terms of looking at that, whether it's we look at it by subtracting 2 from the max and being somewhere in the middle in terms of that, and then reworking the number so that we're able to start hiring for those positions after we get our vacancies filled.
Ms. Bolton?
I think it's the way that we approach it and the way that we present it. If we present it that we are moving toward the minimum or the lower number as a concerted effort, that's transformative. So it's a matter, and I don't like to use the word packaging or spin, but I think the board believes that we should move towards smaller classes. And I think there's alignment to that. And the question is, how much can we afford or not afford, and how much can we hire or whatever. But the package would be this: we are moving towards smaller classes.
So then we would update this so that we share that we are moving toward smaller class sizes. But I want to clarify that we can't, right this minute, that does not mean that we're getting new projections for schools where schools are getting a new allocation. Yes? Whew, okay, on to the next one. Okay, so now we have library and media specialists. Is there any movement or recommendations on changing the current PAM process or allocation?
Yes.
There's one yes.
Ms. Bolton, we say more.
Sure. So for the library and media specialists as well as PAM, I lumped those two together because both of them bring into this 2 similar scenarios. Right now, the direction from the board is for PAM, there is a 0.5 for PAM. At least you have a half of an FTE for each of those areas. Currently, the school leadership teams decide what specials or electives they are going to get at the school, but in those, they have to have a 0.5 of PE, a 0.5 of art, and a 0.5 of music, visual art, and a 0.5 of music, so or any other fine art. So in terms of that, the request from CFT was for each school to have a designated media specialist or librarian, and the allocations for PAM were currently not consistent. So the question is whether or not there is, and we do want to go back to the vacancies that we currently have already in these areas as we begin to think about it. So I think what I would likely get back in terms of response is that our focus would be the same, that our goal this year would be to hire the positions that are vacant, that are on the chart that we have, that are available, and we would look to moving forward to a greater allocation in the area of PAM if the positions are available. I think that's what I might have.
I see head nods from Ms. Bolton. Do you want to elaborate?
Yeah, I would think that makes sense, part of the whole movement. And then also I would ultimately say another 0.5, but I would let the school decide rather than saying it's about a librarian or a media. I mean, let them, if they have a significant music, whatever, just an additional 0.5, but that's.
So that's how it is now. So currently schools can decide now. So if schools want to do a 1.0, they can, but they can't do that if they have to have a PE, art, and music. So if they want to do a full PE and then a half of music, they can't do that. They have to do at least 0.5 of PE, 0.5 of art, and 0.5 of music.
I would just give them another 0.5.
Is that so if I could add in terms of following the direction of the transformative language, that I would recommend that if we go back to the slide that shows the number of vacancies that we have right now in each of those areas, those are the vacancies that we have currently for those positions. So it's the other direction, I think. That's okay, for those positions. So if we can get these positions filled first, and then look at ultimately getting to the point where schools have at least a 1.0 in art or music and a 0.5 in the others respectively. I think that's what I hear.
That sounds great.
Yeah,
sounds good. And in the spirit of the hour, are there maybe one or two most important areas where you need any extra clarity from us?
I just have a question. Is the reason why I heard you say something that kind of just resonates with me. You said the schools are not getting reallocations of staff, even though we are saying that we want the minimum number of teachers. We want to move towards the minimum number, but that the schools are not getting reallocations. Why is that? Is that because we're not done with the budget, all of the budgets?
I think it's twofold based on the feedback. I was actually getting that from the feedback that I heard from the conversation. So I think it's twofold. That ultimately, right now, we're going into having at least 350 vacancies. Currently, we have about 239, I think is what we have. So we ultimately want to fill the vacancies that we have without creating additional vacancies in those schools by changing the allocation. So what I was given in terms of feedback was starting the conversation with our goal as we begin to prepare moving into next year is to reduce the class size to the minimum. And in doing so, we would start the process now to overhire where we can overhire after we get our current vacancies filled versus having a reallocation where we then have additional vacancies and we still don't have bodies to put in those vacancies.
I understand that part. I guess what I'm questioning, and I just want some clarity on, is does that reduction of number impact the movement of current teachers that may want to remain or move by us reducing that number? Or are we saying that, okay, well, we're going to move to filling these vacancies first, and then if they want to stay or want to move, they can't do that because the number is not decreased. But then later, they may miss out on being able to move had we done that earlier. I guess that's what my question is. And I'm not trying to belabor the point, but I do think that there's a benefit because we've got some staff that are in the transfer rounds, et cetera, and they're like, I don't necessarily want to move, but I'm having to move because of the process. Whereas if we decrease that number, maybe they wouldn't have to.
I think the only thing is, and this is something the board is going to have to give feedback on. If we're not looking at new positions at this point, we rob Peter to pay Paul.
So what happens is if we take all of the allocations and we redo all of the allocations and give them to schools now and start with that implementation now, before we actually get our vacancies filled, then we just end up moving individuals around in our own district, which then has vacancy impacts to the other schools. So I think I understood what I heard was this is something that we're looking to move into in a gradual process where we're not giving all schools updated allocations, but we are starting the process to have those discussions so that if they can hire additional individuals after we get our vacancies filled, then we would move forward with doing that.
Okay, I just wanted to voice my opinion about it. I think that it does have ramifications that we've heard from teachers and from staff, but again, if that's really not what everybody wants to do, then that's fine. But I think that there are staff that have said, I don't want to move, but I'm having to move. And if the reduction of that number addresses that for some of our staff members, then I just want to voice my concern to help them there. But I'm up to whatever is best.
I do understand the concern, Dr. Moffitt, and I am at this, I'm willing to do whatever the board is asking me to do in terms of this. I do want to articulate that in terms of vacancies, if we do that at this point with the vacancies that we have currently, exponentially we increase that number because we know that right now if we went to the lower number, we know it's 183 additional positions, and that was just for K-8. That didn't include high schools at all. So if we gradually move into that, it will give us more of an opportunity to prepare for actually really having a plan to be able to hire that many additional teachers. But if the board is, this is a big one because everything else is resting on this and the ESSER positions. Everything is resting on it because all of the conversations that we're hearing right now are conversations around the teachers specifically. I think we've addressed the social workers and attendance and the grad specialists or in the graduation role. But between this and the ESSER funded positions, that's the direction that we do need. And so if I can get one of those, then maybe we can, at least we're able to come back to the drawing board and know what to do next.
And I just want to ask one more question. The assistant school community coordinators, they're ESSER funded currently, but those are ASME positions, right?
They are.
Okay.
So Superintendent, on the issue where you need clarity from the board as it relates to this most recent issue, can you just say in like a sentence, option A and option B? And then I am going to ask people to weigh in. I know it's late, but I think we've gotten this far. We're almost there. Let's do this right.
Okay. So option A is to change the current allocations so that we reduce the maxes now and redo the allocations for schools based on those maxes. That's option A. Option B is that we communicate now and begin the work with CFT around moving in the direction of getting to the lowest possible class size. The lowest class size is a part of our CBA. And then from there, begin to keep the positions where they are now, but begin the strategy to hire for the additional positions so that we are able to start to chip away at the overall challenge of vacancies as we move forward.
Thank you. I thought we actually clarified that a minute ago and we were on B. Am I mistaken?
We were, but Dr. Moffitt had a question that went back to that one, so that's why I went back to it. I thought that we were until the question.
Okay. Ms. Bolden?
My understanding is that we're not in a position to recalculate everything at this time, but we are in a position to make the commitment to go minimum and more particularly fill that in the places that we can fill it in.
So that's option B.
That's option B. Mm-hmm. Is that, I mean, that's.
Okay.
I was just asking for a point of clarification, so it's fine. I'm not trying to belabor it. I'm just
Oh, I know.
saying I was
No,
asking for a point
you're
of
right. You're right to ask that
And,
question.
and it's important. So thank you. So Superintendent, with that,
ESSER
good.
is the
We're
only
good.
other.
ESSER
I'm
is the
good
only-
there. That I'm clear there. The other one is ESSER. I heard that the current APs is $1.6 million. If we fund them out of ESSER, and then I also heard not funding any positions out of ESSER. So I think that those are the two. That's the two. So either the APs were for the AP coordinator, the AP. The assistant principal for school and community, for community and culture. But that was an ESSER. The other positions were in Title I, because we can't fund that level of administrative position out of Title I.
I'm willing to have that one position to the schools that you're assigning them to. I'd prefer it not be ESSER, because I want to buy other stuff at good money.
But what I'm
Thank you, Ms. Bolton. Ms. Jones?
what I'm hearing is that they're in ESSER. That's the funding for it.
If we support, then right now, as we were doing our work with ESSER, they are in our ESSER numbers. But in terms of moving forward, unless there's a different direction, we would keep the APs for community and culture in ESSER, but we would not have any additional, with the other additional positions that we had on the slide, we would not maintain those in ESSER.
I think that seems to be some support for that, Superintendent. I just have one clarifying question. We will run out of ESSER eventually.
Right now, the recommendation is with some of the changes that we need to recommend. I mean, we're already looking at where we begin to try to cut ESSER, and we haven't even started with the central office budget yet.
I just have to imagine that AP of culture and community would stay longer than the ESSER period. So is there a thought about where that money would come from in future years?
Yeah, so I think that at that point, we would be looking at what levels there are around organization or reorganization if we're looking at positions at that time. I think that would be what we would do then. We would use this as a year of deeper study around that role. This is thinking about climate and culture and where we are and where we know we need to go. Having some individuals that we are really able to deeply train to do that work in the buildings would be beneficial, even if we had to look another direction for next year.
Any concerns with that approach?
Can I just ask?
Dr. Moffitt?
I just want to ask a question. What was the reason why we couldn't fund the AP of culture and community out of title?
Is we can't fund this. Yeah, we can't fund administrators, an assistant principal out of title. Now, the specialists, even though they're in the administrative union, those positions can be funded out of title, but the administrator, an assistant principal or principal, they can't be funded out.
Well, we said the attendance specialist cannot be title. Right. That's what I wrote. It cannot.
Right. We're talking the attendance.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
There were two different ones, and I think we're getting the names because the names are similar. So one, we have the attendance, the tech, the attendance clerk. So they're funded out of general funds now. So because if they're funded out of general funds, we can't change them and fund them out of title because then that becomes a supplant issue. For the attendance specialist, we'd already discussed that wouldn't be the specialist role. If we keep those positions, it would go into a social work role. But because they are working directly with students, they can be funded out of title.
Okay, and the culture and community, I have the 1.6 million, but
that would be out of ESSER.
That's out of.
Mm-hmm. And what I'm hearing as consensus is the other positions that we have there, we would not fund them. We wouldn't fund them out of ESSER. We wouldn't fund them. So we would continue with the recommendations that we have.
And those would be the community coordinators, the assistant school community coordinators, the career tech, and the primary reading would not be funded.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Ms. Bolton, and then
the attendance clerks or attendants that we're keeping those.
Right, they're in general, so we can't flip them. Now we can't change those to titles, so we can keep them in general.
That's what I'm voting for, and Nobody else gets to say anything. That's it, right there.
So
I'm just kidding.
thank you, Ms. Jones. Points well taken. Did that get you what you need, Superintendent?
I think so.
Okay. Ms. Wagner?
Having somewhat of a heart attack over here. If you take all the positions out of ESSER, you're going to increase the general fund by $7 million.
Now, I didn't understand that they were going in general. No. I understood they wouldn't be funded.
So that means you're not funding the super subs. You're not funding the Promise Center. Those are positions.
We're talking about the positions that are on this chart from tonight.
What I heard Ms. Bolton say that she didn't want any positions in ESSER.
That's what you said.
Yeah, no, I think
we're just
feedback from the
about
board is to support the
talking about the
content
ones
on the
on
slide.
this chart.
Yeah.
Okay, just the ones on this chart.
Yeah. The closer we get to midnight, the more that's going to happen to all of us, I think. Okay, so Superintendent, does that get you what you need?
I think that it does.
Okay. So thank you, everybody. I think, barring objection, I'd like to keep moving here and see if we can close out our meeting in the next couple of minutes. We have a Superintendent of Schools section. Are there any retirements this evening?
This long, it probably is.
Yes, I'm going to pull that up. I'm sorry.
Is there anything that we can move to?
All right, yes, so we have 5 retirees today. First up, for certificated, we have Sarah Tomer, a psychologist out of the Department of Student Services. And then we have 4 civil service. We have Mary Elgin, custodian from College Hill Fundamental Academy. We have Curtis Hill, a custodian from Withrow University High School. Joy Laura, a paraprofessional from College Hill Fundamental Academy. And then last, we have L. Kelly Singleton, a CFOP staff rep. So we would like to just wish them all of the best and thank them for their service and their commitment to this district.
Thank you, Mrs. Weinberg, and congratulations. I think we might have a last one. Mrs. Weinberg, was there a last? Nope, we got them all.
I got
Just kidding.
everyone.
All right. Is there a motion to adopt the recommendations from the superintendent?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Morawski. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Any discussion? Ms. Wagner, would you call the vote, please?
Bolton.
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Yes.
Dr. Moffitt?
Yes.
Mr. Morawski?
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
President Lindy?
Yes. Do we have a motion to adopt the treasurer's report this evening?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Morawski. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Weinberger. Any discussion? Mrs. Weinberg, excuse me. You know, I tell you, the closer we get to midnight, the more it's going to happen. The more it's going to happen. Any discussion? Somebody's hungry, excuse me. Great. Ms. Wagner, would you call the vote, please?
Bolton?
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Yes.
Dr. Moffitt?
Yes.
Mr. Morawski?
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
President Lindy?
Yes. So at this point, team, I think we've gotten through all of part one. We're on part two here. There was some discussion between Mr. Morawski and me about a couple of policies that came out of committee on Friday. I'll support whatever the majority would like to do. If that is go home and do these on the 10th. If it is vote them through, we can vote them through. I see a lot of head nodding. We're just going to do this quickly.
I told Mr. Lindy we could do this in under a minute.
We're going to do it. Before we do, though, I just need, it was not on the posted agenda. I'd like to ask for a 48-hour waiver so that we can add these policies to the agenda. The policies we're going to be adding are new policy 2261.03, which is on Title IX sex discrimination and sexual harassment policy. Policy 2440, which is extended learning opportunities. New policy 6240 on property tax abatements. Those are the three that I have. Am I missing any? Ms. Bolton has a motion to waive our 48-hour rule. Is there a second?
No. We are missing one. We're missing policy on retention and promotion. That was for discussion. We're not missing anything. Ms. Weinberger, thank you.
Not missing anything. Great. So we have a motion from Mr. Morawski. Do we have a motion for the waiver?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Morawski. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Weinberg. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. Mrs. Weinberg, would you present new policy 226.1.03, please?
Say it again.
That's the Title IX.
Oh, okay, making sure. Sorry. I present Cincinnati Public Schools a resolution adopting new board policy 226103, Title IX, sex discrimination and sexual harassment policy. I move that this resolution be accepted as written.
Thank you, Mrs. Weinberg. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Morosky. Any discussion? Ms. Wagner, would you call the vote, please?
Ms. Bolton? Ms. Jones?
Yes.
Dr. Moffat?
Yes.
Mr. Morosky?
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
President Lindy?
Yes. Mr. Morosky, would you introduce motion policy 2440 on extended learning?
I'd love to. Thank you. I move to accept resolution policy approving policy 2440, extended learning opportunities. I present the resolution as written.
Thank you, Mr. Morosky. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Bolton. Any discussion? Ms. Wagner, would you call the vote, please?
Ms. Bolton?
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Yes.
Dr. Moffat?
Yeah.
Mr. Morosky?
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
President Lindy?
Yes. For our last one this evening, Bolton, would you make that motion?
Thank you. A resolution adopting new board policy 6240, property tax abatements.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Moffat. Any discussion? Ms. Bolton, in just a minute or less, this has been a popular topic in lots of different contexts in recent weeks. Can you just summarize what this policy is doing?
Yes, I believe it's the one that makes us announce and pass resolutions. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
This is bringing us in compliance with state law,
Yes.
not taking a position.
No, it's
or-
not. Yeah.
Yeah, got it. Any other discussion? Ms. Wagner, would you call the vote, please?
Bolton?
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Yes.
Dr. Moffat?
Yes.
Mr. Morosky?
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
President Lindy?
Yes. Thank you. Moving right along, do we have any inquiries or updates? Have any? Dr. Moffat?
I do, but I really just want to pose these questions and then we can talk about them in April. I'd like to discuss the summer facility rentals at the school building. I know there is a board policy around facility rental. I just want to make sure that we are adhering to it for the usage of our buildings in the summer. There was a city planning committee meeting on 3/17 regarding the John P. Parker lot and land. We were invited to attend that. I believe all board members got the email to have some discussion with the city during their meeting, but we didn't have an opportunity to come together. So they've already made a decision about it. It's in your email. And then I'd like to have some discussion about the summer plans to mix the schools, especially in light of what we heard from the family tonight regarding gangs in the school actively. I understand the hub model with the schools in the summer, but we're also mixing neighborhoods and community issues. And so I really want us to get some discussion, further discussion around that and the safety and security of our school buildings. I think those were all for the most part, all my questions that I wanted to discuss, but I'm tired.
Thank you, Dr. Moffat. Any other inquiries or updates? Any assignments? Mr. Morosky?
Thank you, President Lindy. I had brought this up a while ago before the superintendent was here, and Mr. Fridell kind of reignited it in my brain that I would really love if we could look at audit. Seems like a strong word, but it's the best one I have right now, of the career tech program at Woodward and what is exactly going on. I know I brought this up actually a few times, but it was definitely earlier last year in the spring, I think. So if we could maybe look at what Mr. Fridell was talking about, I think it's an important issue. And in light of what we've been talking about tonight with the career tech and all that.
Thank you, Mr. Morosky. I happen to agree. Any board members in opposition? Superintendent?
So we actually have completed a program audit of all of our career and technical programs that I hope to be able to share at our next CAL meeting. So I think it should be responsive to what you're requesting for tonight.
That's great. Thank you very much. Any other assignments? Any announcements or kudos? We'll go Mrs. Weinberg, followed by Dr. Moffitt, followed by Mr. Morosky.
So I had several, but I am actually going to save them for next month.
Thank you, Mrs. Weinberg. Dr. Moffitt?
So I just want to say kudos to everybody who stayed in here with us and the 81 people who are on the screen. It's tough, but we hung out, and I'm glad that you did too. So thank you to the staff that are here and online, and that I really do appreciate our staff. So thank you for hanging in there.
Here, here. Mr. Morosky.
And Madeline Mitchell. I mean, all the other reporters took off. Madeline Mitchell said, "Is there another one here?" Oh, WBXU, Mr. Zach's here
Gotta have
too.
love for NPR, right?
All right, so sorry, Zach, couldn't see you, buddy. Great. My kudo, in light of all the JCG folks who are here, I had the great honor of being one of the speaker judges last week for JCG speech competition. And when I was an assistant principal, I had JCG in my building, and it was a great program. But most all the kids that spoke were our students. There was one that was not, and they just did an awesome job. So I just want to give a kudos to all those young folks. They did a really awesome job. It was a lot of fun just hanging out with them all day last week.
Thank you, Mr. Morosky. Any other announcements or kudos? Having no other business before us, I declare our meeting